me out. I know it's a Saturday, it's Family Day, and also the council members that are here. Thank you. Let's try to, if it's been presented to council, I think that can be omitted. Let's try to speed this up. Uh, we toured some facilities. If that's in your presentation, we've heard it. So, what I want is, have discussions if we need to, but if we've seen that information, I don't want everybody's time to be wasted. Let's try to, we can get out of here earlier for everybody's sake. Let's do it. Okay, good. Go ahead. So,
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Excuse me, real quick. I think, Mayor, we have to do a roll call and start the work session.
okay.
So, roll call, the pledge.
No,
No,
we're gonna
forego that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we'll
roll
just
call. We have Council Member Gonzalez, Delgadillo, and Vice Mayor Castillo, and myself.
okay. Thank you.
We have 4 council members.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilwoman. Today we are going to go over all of the budgets. Again, I am not going to go into detail in any particular item, especially because if we've already presented it to you or if you kind of know, I'm just going to highlight a few things. I'm going to do the increase decrease. Just kind of giving you a forewarning. This is a presentation of wants. I have not balanced the budget. So we will probably have a couple of rounds of decreases due to revenue sources and incoming revenue. But for the most part, all of the directors try to stay pretty conservative. There are a lot of things that impacted a lot of our budget. One, as far as overall operations, cost has increased almost 10 to 15%. Also, trying to keep our personnel within the city of Somerton, it has also impacted our budget as well. Other items, as our CIPs grow, those have impacted our budget, but we've tried to stay within our limits and tried to stay pretty conservative to make sure and ensure that all the operations are taken care of. Our biggest asset as far as the personnel is taken care of, as well as getting those CIPs in that council wants to move forward with. The presentation will be going through each and every budget, and then also going through CIPs, additional personnel requested, as well as the enterprise CIPs. So we'll start with Mayor and Council's budget. The only highlight that I have on Mayor and Council's budget is an amount for the self-insured plan contribution. We had met as the health insurance committee, and we have a health insurance plan that is self-funded. We have been addressed that this fund needs to be contributed in order for it to grow. So we are putting $300,000 in that budget for right now to help maintain the premiums for employees. The amount of the budget from last year to this year increased 60%, partly due to that one item, which you can see the difference of $330,000.
Shona, why is that included in the council budget?
It is included in the council budget due to the fact that it is a contribution.
Whose contribution?
The city's contribution. Any more questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
The city's contribution, define that, please.
The city's contribution, meaning we have to get one lump sum in order to build this self-funded account. It was recommended by the health committee that we start growing this fund due to not making the premiums higher for the employees. And that's strictly on the Mexico health insurance. we have been pushing that Mexico health insurance to lower our US premiums and US, basically claims, sorry, lost words.
And, and, and I can elaborate a little bit more on that, council member. You know, I'm part of that health committee. And what it is, I mean, these last 2 years, I mean, from the feedback that we've been getting, it's very positive from staff. And we really want to continue moving in that direction. It just in the first couple of years, as we started, you know, coming up with the premiums, it came to be that it hasn't been sufficient to offset those costs. So we want to make sure that moving forward, we, you know, we have the budget, we have the funds so that down the road we can provide the city with some flexibility. And that's really what it comes down to. In a way, we kind of started a little bit behind the 8 ball just because we didn't have any data as those claims were coming in. And now that we have a couple of years with that data, you know, with this contribution, it should put us in a position to, you know, we're gonna make it grow. And we really, this is more like you know, it's a benefit down the road. It's kind of like the growing pains right now, to make sure that we put ourselves in a good position in the future.
So this is
Sean-
for all employees.
Correct.
So my question is, those 300,000, why wasn't it divided per department?
Due to the fact that it is general fund. So instead of dividing it all the way through all of the departments as per individual, because then we would have to do a roster. And it's not necessarily for an individual. It's a contribution that should have been made years back when the self-insured fund was growing. We can move it to administration. We can move this to move it to finance, similar to like how we do the insurance. That's fine.
No, my question is like 300,000, let's say you have 5 departments, it would be 60,000 per department, not, you know, per name. Instead of on council's budget, 300,000, when I saw, I was like, damn, what do we pay for 300,000? You know, let's cancel the insurance, because I'm not gonna use taxpayers' money to pay for our Mexican. That's how I saw it when I first looked at it, because we have it on our screen here. But I guess my question is, why wasn't the whole amount divided by department, not by person? So it doesn't, it just, to me, it gives a wrong impression of this is how much we're, unless of course, you know, people want to pull the finances and ask, but I don't know, it looks to me, but okay.
I mean, and
get
like
it, get
like
it.
I had stated, I mean, we can remove it from the council's budget, so it doesn't look like it is council's expense. And put it in administration or finance. Finance holds all of the like liability insurance, and because prior to a few years back, they would divide these expenses all up, but it's all coming out of the general fund. And because the finance department we don't have several people for payroll, we still don't have several people for AP, we don't have several, so that time consuming to try to divide it, and it's coming out of the same fund, didn't make any sense. So we try to make it a little easier as administratively on our side. So that's the reason. But like I said, if we get direction to remove this from council's budget and go ahead and put it in admin's budget or finance's budget, we can do that. That's not a problem.
Mayor, if I may, real quick, I just want to remind council members, make sure you have your mic on when you're speaking. That way, it's getting recorded, or
And,
they can hear you properly.
And I also want to bring up, this is a retreat, so don't ask me to speak. Go ahead and feel free, department heads to speak. I just wanted to have it as interactive as possible, and that's why I didn't like this setup. But feel free to speak. You don't have to ask for the floor. So go ahead. Also, this 300,000, is it an additional to what we're currently paying? Is it a one-time thing, or what?
It is an additional to the current premiums. The premiums are not covering the claims.
Okay.
And in order to have the premiums cover the claims, the increase for the Mexico insurance would affect the employees almost 100, I believe it was about 110%.
And this, again, Mayor, this is a recommendation. This is what we're looking, we wanted to propose. Uh, we are because I do sit on the committee as well, and we are looking at different options. We want to benefit to the employees, but we understand it's got to be sustainable. So we're looking at those options and seeing how we can, there's going to be impact for that, but we're trying to see what we can do to decrease that impact to the employees.
I also want to add that, when we were in the committee, we, I know when we look at it, we see a 300,000. It kind of seems like a big number, but if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe we had about 175,000 were already kind of like committed to this, let's say to this pot. So in reality, it's really only an addition of like 125,000 to kind of offset. Uh, if I'm not mistaken, it was.
That
Right.
is correct. Yes,
So
because
mhm.
because of the help me.
The waiving of the of some employees waiving the insurance.
It's an IRS ruling.
You're right.
Oh, the
For
HSA.
for
The
the
HSA.
HSA card,
Mhm.
when an employee goes to do the HSA, they cannot have a supplemental Mexico insurance.
That's a new law.
It's a new law. So therefore, we have several, I believe it was more than half, that have our US insurance, have our Mexico insurance, as well as HSA. So we're contributing to that HSA. So that contribution, the savings that we're doing, it is part of this 300,000. But what I was stating to the committee is we need just a lump sum so that we know that we can take that lump sum and plop it in our self-insured medical account, because we have a separate account for that. It's not part of general, and that's how it should have been set up when it was first originally set up, but it was not. So it had some, as Vice Mayor said, growing pains. So we're trying to fix it and trying to make it better. But HR has done a wonderful job giving the explanation to go to the Mexico insurance in order to minimize the claims for US. So therefore, we didn't want to go back and have them say, okay, we're charging you this amount, now we're going to increase it double. Then we would just not have any people going to the Mexico insurance, and then the US insurance will go higher.
And we're actually looking at what other cities are doing to address that in the sense of, I think previously council in the past has talked about, how they want to support the employees and coverage and so forth. I believe is 60/40.
Correct.
We want to go back and reanalyze that, look at, bring back to mayor and council, and really see how that would benefit the employees, but the city, it's part of the whole retention and really looking at how we can really benefit, how the city can benefit from this program and grow it. And eventually the goal is to have it self-sustain and grow, and we can actually in the future use it as leverage to offset some costs. So if costs rise 15 to 25% one year for some reason or another, we have that flexibility to be able to come back to mayor and council and say, you know what, it went up, but we have this pot, and would you allow us to use it to continue keeping our rates low for our employees, so they have the medical coverage. So,
and our whole plan in the future is hopefully to get all of our insurances under one cover. Any more questions? So moving on to administration. Everything pretty much stayed standard other than the increase in operational expenses. The overall increase is 6%. Nothing really to highlight.
I think the only thing I want to bring in that is just, as we look at, coming up this new year, working with Nexxus, and doing other, the Arizona Mexico Commission and those type of things. I did add some monies there because I will be, traveling with, council members, in support of the different projects and so forth. So I did increase that, and that's why you see that 6%, at least in on the daily operations of travel and that type of projects.
And overall, as I stated in the beginning, travel, like most of our operational line items have increased. The next item is city clerk. The new thing on her, on the clerk's, budget is that, she is taking on a portion of the administrative assistance. We have one administrative assistant that, carries 4, departments. So, which is the clerk, community development, economic development, and administration. They help them with day-to-day duties.
And Julia's here today, by the way.
And she's sitting in the back. So her salaries get split up across the board.
But not the insurance, right?
Go insurance. We already have too many splits. The overall is 19%. She does have elections this year, this upcoming year. So she does have a budget for elections.
And that's an increase.
And that is an increase from Yuma County.
And I think that's about 40, 50,000.
No,
Oh, no,
not this year. No.
Oh,
One thing we should look at for the future is those electronic ballots. I don't think I asked Andrea, she said we didn't have that as a city, but most other elections have it. So you send a link and you can sign the petition.
Oh, for the candidates. You
Yeah, for the
mean?
candidates. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The candidate link yours. Okay. Yeah, I think that would be.
Yeah,
Good
and
to
that's
have.
pretty sure somebody signs it and just ensures that everything is.
Yeah,
just
and,
takes
and Mayor,
away
we've,
from the
yeah, we've
ambiguity
seen
of-
that in, I think that's a
Uh,
growing trend with the other.
Yeah,
cities.
yeah.
So, we gotta, okay.
Yeah, that's why it ensures, it checks all that and say I want to sign somebody from outside my district, doesn't let you. So at least those signatures are hard to
Yeah, those are being verified.
to
quicker
contest,
and-
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it just makes it cleaner,
Yeah,
cleaner
yeah.
elections.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Miguel just texted me a few questions that he has. And I think I just passed on that first administration portion. He says, we need 6 months for operations and payroll. How much for the rainy day fund? How much do we have?
We have 4 months.
4 months.
And that's via our current audit information.
Is that the audit's recommendation or
According to all of the yes.
industry?
Yeah,
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
industry standards
Yeah.
and what we're looking at as
4
far as
months.
inflation and everything else, we have 4 months.
Okay.
Yes. State only requires 2. Any more questions? Go on to finance. Trying to get the little slow. Overall, the 2 items is the budget software, which I am very in need of setting up. I worked this fiscal year, this half fiscal year, and I'm hoping to complete it by the end of this fiscal year. Unfortunately, I'm the only one that's doing it, so therefore it's taking a little time. But that's through our software, so I have an annual renewal amount on that one, as well as the training. We have 9 staff members now. We have an additional customer field representative for our utilities area that's under finance. They do half
You said
for,
9?
excuse me?
You said 9?
Yeah, 9. Yes, 9.
And that position was,
And that
used to
position
be-
was for last year. It just hasn't been filled yet, so it'll be filled before the end of the fiscal year.
And the reason for that, just to kind of get a quick overview, is we're trying to make sure that this person was gonna be able to work in the office, in the field. So we're trying to look for someone, and we're trying to make sure that job description was gonna be something that's gonna benefit finance and public works to help both departments in providing better customer service, but also addressing concerns for the residents.
So finance takes care of utilities. We do not have a separate utilities department. But working with administration as well as finance, we're trying to move forward to that and have its own division. So that the person that needs to sit there needs to have some type of finance background, as well as being able to work outside in the field as well.
Jonah, can you move up?
Sure, sure.
Are you fully staffed?
She just said she.
Am I
can see.
fully staffed? I am fully staffed. I
Per the.
per what was funded last year.
But are you fully staffed?
No, we did put in 4 other positions, but the vettingness of everything, I didn't get any additional.
Yeah, and just let mayor and council know, you know, we're working with staff, administration on a 5-year, well, on a.
It's a 5-year CIP for all the whole city. Everybody has put in, as far as divisions and departments, put in for the 5-year CIP for growth. So.
And also, mayor and council, when we are talking about new hires, new requests for new employees, obviously all the departments have their own needs and then they come with their own requests. We are implementing a process where they need to properly justify. They have the entire year, the previous year, to justify their new request. We receive them. Once we receive it, and this is prior to these meetings taking place, once the administration receive those requests, we review them, and the ones that are complete as far as the request, the information, the justification, those are the positions that will move forward with the process for that particular fiscal year. The ones that are incomplete or the ones that we don't have all the information, we work with the directors, so the following year they are able to submit the complete information as far as justification. Again, we're trying to balance all the requests for all the departments. We're trying that accommodate and be balanced with one department 1 year, the other departments the following year, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think one of the things also, just make aware, is we are looking at the different requests from all the departments, because as you know, allows wear a lot of different hats because of our size of our organization. So we're looking, you know, one of the things the department and I are looking at least administration, is see how we can balance that, how their job description and what the actual job is, and making sure that that's properly addressed.
I have a question, Jonah. So it says the majority of overtime is shut off days
Excuse me?
on your, right there.
Uh-huh.
Majority of overtime is shut off days.
Yeah, so the majority is usually shut off days because they're doing billing review. Again, I told you that we don't have any utility department or division. So therefore, my accounting specialist is the person that goes through 4,000 meter readings, and indicates which ones need to be shut off, works with Public Works, in order to make sure that everything is, good to go, and they don't have a payment plan process, they don't have a, it's a, it's, yeah, it's time consuming. And then audit, same thing. Audit gets put in with all of our operations. So, it's all man, of course, with the two salary positions, we're here, but for the majority, the hourly workers do have the overtime.
I misread it. When just saw the majority of overtime is shut off fees, I thought you implied the Black Friday.
Oh, no, no, no.
Or Dark Friday,
One of the
whatever you guys
things
call
that
it.
also we've been discussing with finance is the possibility down the road in future fiscal years to present to council the possibility of creating the utility division within the finance department. It is very important as the city grows that we are able to create that division, just because that division right now, as Shona just mentioned, is the administrative specialist and everybody that is in the finance department doing other duties are also being part of the division of utilities. So in the future, hopefully, we're gonna be able to present council with that possibility, with that request to create a division. A division doesn't mean that it has to be a 10 new staff members, but we need to start small because we are a small city, but we need to establish those new divisions that are coming in that are going to be basically working, focusing solely on those duties that are required. As Chona just mentioned, we have 4,000 accounts, and there's our, and it's growing. It's not going to stop, but they're not going to decrease. It's only continuing growing. So in order for us to establish those divisions that are going to be solely focused and responsible for those duties, we need to start breaking and creating those specific duties for the departments and the staff that, that we will be requiring in the future.
Enterprise division also include trash there, trash cans. We get those calls too.
That,
They call
that
for
is
a
the
trash
new,
today.
that is the new
Yeah.
field representative that I was talking about, that is under finance.
And those are some of the things, Mayor, that we want to address with that position there.
So the increase is 22% overall, on the finance budget.
And what was the main increase on that?
The main increase was the budget software, the overtime requests, as well as the travel and the operations going up.
The software is at one time or is it?
A 3-year, a
3-year.
3-year term that you guys had approved a year ago. Right now it's going on 9 o'clock. I believe the presentation from Nexxus, they'd be calling in. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so do you wanna?
And Mayor, just legal is
I just
on
go
Zoom,
to
so
the
they're
thing?
listening in. So if there's any legal questions, she's listening in, and we can get a hold.
No, 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 I mean,
Ask her
her
if
Zoom, oh,
there
she's
is a
already
question,
there.
just so
Uh-huh.
you
Oh,
know.
okay, okay, sorry.
So,
Yeah, no, yeah, so I'm gonna be doing her
You
presentation.
know, how much is your increase?
22%.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
and I just want to point out while we're getting this ready is that finance is moving forward and has identified, and we're trying to have it more efficient. Our utilities, that's our revenues, and we got to make sure that we're capturing all that revenue and making sure that the revenue that's coming to the city is accounted for and coming in, because that's what helps sustain the enterprise and our staff. So finance has been doing a great job trying to find that, identify that, and make it more efficient, because the more we come in, the more we can do.
Bob, are you available?
Yeah, we're here. We're ready to roll.
So today on the line is Nexxus. It's Bob and Anna and Tracy. That's his team. They're going to go over the presentation with you and just kind of hit on some points that they're the reason why they're with us and try to give some clarity on the process of funding sources and funding requirements as well as timelines for funds. Go ahead, Bob. Just let me know when you want me to move this slide.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And first of all, it's an honor to be here. We're excited to visit with you all here. We look forward to seeing you in DC here soon. And we had a great visit with Louis and the whole team out there. So we're just we're thrilled to be working with you all. And we wanted to take some time today to talk about appropriations, the appropriations process, and some of the projects that we are looking to fund on behalf of the city. I just quickly, I worked in the Arizona congressional delegation for a Republican member from 1995 to 2001. And my first partner, Anaya, worked for Congressman Grijalva, and she's going to take the lead on this presentation. And she worked for Congressman Grijalva, and we became good friends, worked together for the last 10 years. And then more recently, we are so honored to have Tracy Sutton join our firm as a partner. She worked for Congressman Stanton for the last 6 years as his as his legislative director and chief of staff. And she comes with 28 years of experience, especially with regards to transportation and infrastructure, which is one of her real strengths in this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Anna. We'll go through the presentation. And if you have any questions or concerns at the end of the presentation, we'd be happy to answer them. Over to you, Anna.
Well, thank you very much, Bob, and buenos dias to everybody. Hope everybody's doing well and eating some burritos and some cafe, you know? I'm definitely jealous about that whole thing. But more than anything else, trying to get to the next page, that would be great. So as Bob said, you know, we are enjoying this partnership with your city management team. Our firm has been working with a number of cities and towns and counties in Arizona to make sure that we bring federal resources back to you, to the communities, to your taxpayers. To us, that's an incredibly proud and important moment, just because it's federal monies. It's not that much that you can bring, but at the same time, bringing some, it's a big deal. And so, you know, we kind of brand ourselves as your feet on the ground in Washington, D.C., in making sure that you're represented with the delegation, that the delegation, the senators and the congressmen have you in mind to make sure that they're doing the best that they can do to bring back resources, bring back policies, bring back legislation, and represent you and your citizens. So some of the things that we had talked to with city management was, you know, with Lou and the team, is the fact that, you know, for us to be working on and in benefit of the city in trying to make sure to achieve the goals of the economic development, water, and infrastructure projects, and to bring those home. And so for us, that's kind of like our bread and butter, for sure. You know, as we were talking to each and every one of you, you know, kind of touted the fact that we have brought in over $1 billion since the firm has been led by Bob to the state. And that's an incredibly proud moment. So for us, we're just trying to help the city of Somerton serve your citizens, your residents, your businesses, and the public. And so that you can continue to grow and thrive and get some of that, cross-border economic development, and folks understand and know where Somerton is. I definitely know, just because it has been ingrained in me by all your, I like to say that Somerton has a lot of tentacles around, with Luis Heredia, with Ruben Reyes. These are my friends, right? And I definitely feel like, you know, and also I would say Mayor Romero. and more than anything else, and down in Tucson. But they're touting how great Somerton is, and we are so just lucky and excited to be able to help you guys. Next page, please. On community project funding, aka earmarks, I'm gonna give it over to Tracy so she can talk to you about the history, since she has a 28 years on the Hill and has seen the ups and the downs.
Good morning, all. Well, thank you, Anna. As Anna said, since about fiscal year 2022, Congress finally brought back the practice of earmarking funds. There had been a 10-year earmark ban in place that when Congress changed control in the 2010 election, earmarks were banned. And that stayed in place until fiscal year 2022 when they brought the process back. Prior to fiscal year 2022, all funding decisions were made by whoever was in charge of the executive branch. And it really took away Congress's power of the purse. And Congress had very little say in how the agencies were spending the money. And so to sort of claw that back, they brought earmarks back. And since fiscal year 2022, the process has evolved a bit over the years in how many projects House members can ask for. It has evolved in who can ask for earmarks, who is eligible, and also the type of accounts that are available to earmark projects. So for fiscal year 27, there are changes to the process, even over last year's process, where House members now will get the opportunity to ask for 20 projects each. This is up from 15 that they were able to ask for previously. And the process has opened up where they've opened up more accounts that can be earmarked for funding. In the Senate, it's a little bit different. Senators are given an allocation of money, which then they divide up among their projects. The process has started. Both the Senate offices and Representative Grijalva's office have opened up their portals for project submissions, and the House deadlines for our mid-next week. And the Senate deadlines are in a few weeks. So we have a very tight turnaround to get projects submitted. But we have a number of good projects that we've worked with the city on, and I will just reach out, toss it to Bob to kind of go over those projects we have identified to advance for the city.
Next page.
So if you can forward that, there you go. So we've had some really good discussions, Mayor and Council, with the team, and we really appreciate Louie and Jonah and Brandy and everyone, kind of, and both the police chief and the fire chief are showing us what some of their needs are. And through those discussions, we've kind of determined where we are going to ask for submissions. Now, this is a very strategic process. Just to kind of give you some background, Senator Kelly, his office received 478 earmark requests last year. Of those 470, they requested a little over 120, and of those, they got around 50, just short of 50. They got about 48. My point is this, is it's a very, very competitive process. And what we're trying to do in this process is to ask for projects that are highly important to the city. Not only that, but we're trying to ask for buckets that are not as overly subscribed, because as I just explained to you, 478 requests, we are competing against a lot of different entities. But what we do, and this is where we are very helpful, is we help position by making the right ask under the right appropriations bill, under the right program to be successful. And so that's kind of where we have gotten to these asks. And what our goal is, frankly, is to ask every year for 3 to 5 appropriations requests. And the reality is, if we get one, we're doing very, very well. In some cases, we've been able to get two and sometimes even three, but the reality is getting one is very good. And with the numbers we're talking about, it's a significant amount of funds that are going to the city. So the first project is the pond project, but we're calling it the retention basin and aquifer project. And the reason we're doing that is semantics more than anything else. If we call it a pond project, it's going to raise red flags. People don't want to fund a pond, but this pond is actually much more than that. It's going to be a community asset, a community amenity. It's going to recharge the aquifer. It's going to be able to retain water from flooding, and it's going to be able to provide access for the high school and the fields to use that water for their fields. So that's why we're calling it the retention basin and aquifer recharge project. You may better know it as the pond project. So that request is 4 million. And just and Tracy, I'm not sure if you explained it, but the sweet spot for earmarks is about $1 to $4 million. So that's why we're keeping that range. And this one is a little more expensive, so that's why we wanted to go on the upper end of that, knowing that any amount of funding is really good. So that's the first project. The second project is the State Avenue improvements. We understand there's been a lot of uh, flooding along along State Avenue. And if we can build culverts or box culverts or a drainage system that can keep State Avenue open at all times, that's a $2.3 million request. And one of the reasons we're asking for that one is we can get that funding under Homeland Security under the PDM program. It's called the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program. And that program is not as overly subscribed as some of the transportation programs that we typically ask for, and we could under this project. So that gives us a better opportunity to be successful. And then the third request, and we're still kind of playing with this, is for 4 police cars. But in recent conversations, we've had with the chief and with Brandy and the team, is that 491,000 for 4 police cars. We think that the city has made it known that they could really use 12. And that still falls in the sweet spot. That would kick it up to, close to $1.5 million, but we still think that's a really solid ask. And just for your own edification, Senator Kelly really likes quantifiable projects and widgets as opposed to the actual project, because sometimes these projects take several years, but to deliver police cars is a tangible something that he can deliver right away. So he really likes those, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to meet with the fire chief and the police chief, and this is kind of the ask. And then the final request potentially is the wastewater lift station for about $3.5 million. Obviously, there needs to be a lot of improvements to the wastewater system. Lift stations have been successful in the past. There's several different programs we can apply for this project under. So we feel like that is a very good place and an opportunity to go for a potential earmark. So those are kind of the 4 we have targeted at this time. Of course, we are always open to suggestions, and we're always open to talking about where we can be successful and what are good asks and what are badass potentially. But I want to be clear that it's been great. We've had, again, as Anna said at the beginning, we've had a really quick turnaround on this, and Tracy reiterated that as well. We've had an extremely tight turnaround since we started working for the city, and I really want to compliment the city team who's gone all in on this, has really helped us identify these projects. So with that, that's kind of the projects, and then I don't know if this is a good time to stop and ask questions, but if not, we can move on to Anna to kind of talk about some of the timelines.
Yeah,
So
I have a question. This is Mayor Anaya. There's one project that has me concerned. The county is building a lift station that's going to connect it to our sewer. And I think they're using Colonia funds. But one of the things the city asked was for it to be upsized because it's gonna cross an area of maybe 3 miles that's commercial and there's no sewer there. So we're working with the county's engineers to add capacity to that line with, and that's probably gonna be constructed. It's already under design, maybe in the next
28, I think. Mayor.
2028. So it, and I feel for that project, we're gonna have to come up with the additional funds somehow, but is there monies for that project? Because at least that one is coming and it's already being designed and working with the county, and that would help us with our economic development there, the commercial from Somerton to Orange Grove, which is a colonia, a trailer park, basically.
Yeah, Mayor, that's a great question. And I think I heard Louis in the background saying FY28, it's ready. So we have to be really careful about the way we use federal funds. So if you guys are paying for the design, you then can't get reimbursed for the design portion. However, if you need to add capacity, and I'm looking at connecting with the county, if you need to add that capacity, maybe in another year, if it's ready in FY28, we should probably ask for it next year potentially. And we could ask for the construction funds that are different from the design funds. But
Yeah, we've heard ballpark figure of
3 million.
3 million to increase capacity of that line.
Bob, I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can, Louis.
okay. Yeah, speaking louder into the microphone. I think everybody can hear me now. The question we had, and I just want to make sure that council, mayor and council, is that they're looking at completing construction in 2028.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can. I wasn't sure
Well,
if you
yeah.
had to go through the time frame on.
We need to ask for it now. I mean,
Yeah. Anna's right. We need to ask for that now. And then, as I understand it, the wastewater lift station probably could wait. If this one's a more emergency in need, then maybe we flip those two out. Because 3 million again is right in that sweet spot of the ask. So, I mean, we could easily flip flop those out. Louis and Mayor and Council, I defer to you as to.
Bob, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
With this, remember again, going with the timeline, we are not going to have the detail to present this within the ask of the portals already opening.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons why we had discussed this when we had met the last time, that this was one of those projects that the timeline didn't work, because if you got funded for it, we would already be starting this project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no type of reimbursement for it.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And I do recall that, and I apologize for not remembering that. My blood is my brain is like mud after this week. It's been a long week. But maybe that segues into to Anna talking about some of these timelines, because I think that's really important. And then maybe we can come back and ask questions. Would that work for you, Mayor and Council?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe we flip to the next
Yeah.
page. And Anna, you can talk a little bit about how
Sure,
the whole process works.
I have a quick
Sure.
question. I have a
Okay.
quick question just for clarification. So these projects that were stated, we're gonna be submitting them to the portal next week?
Correct. They've already, actually, one has already been started from last
Okay.
week. And then Monday, there's 6 portals that we're going to be submitting to. So all
Okay.
these projects are going to be submitted within the next week.
Okay.
And some of them within those projects, some of the portals are only open the week.
That week?
Yes.
Because I know we
Yes.
also need the fire truck, the ladder, right?
We'll talk about
And
that.
we'll
with
go
the
into
timeline.
that one as well.
Terrific. Well, yes, thank you so much for the clarification here on this, and we'll definitely come back to it. But since FY22, new rules, new ways to ask for earmarks, and so we've been very fortunate again. As soon as Louis and the mayor talked to us about coming in to advocate for the city of Somerton, we definitely came in met with the staff, met with some of you, the council members, council, mayor, and council, and to just discuss what qualifies for federal funding, what identifying projects. You know, obviously, right now we're at this phase where we're submitting after identifying the projects, the four or five, six projects, and we can still talk about. That's right now the process is submission. So the going to the portals, and there's a lot of information that is requested for these projects, and thank God staff is there. You know, once, and this is just how it works. Once the deadlines for the submission ends, staff goes through all the submissions, make sure that they have everything that they requested, including those. For example, Grijalva is asking for 2 letters of recommendation. One of them could be from mayor and council. So you need another one from, you know, another affected party for example, the police vehicles could be police chief, etc. So they go through all the reason why they're truncated, the time of submission is truncated, is because they're actually going by the timeline that the committee has set up, the majority has set up. So staff for the congressional offices makes selections, recommendations over to the member approves, and then a few weeks later, maybe a month later or so, they'll announce the projects that were chosen under their number, right? So for Ms. Grijalva, she can only choose 20 of those 200, 300 projects. I mean, I'm just kind of stating, I mean, that's the average of projects that people submit, right? Within the district. For the senators, as Bob said, last year, Mr. Kelly and Mr. Gallego got over 400 submissions. And so they have to whittle down to whatever money number they're given, and then choose the projects within each bucket, right? So also within transportation bucket, within water bucket, within etc. So each one of those categories has a certain amount of monies or a certain amount of restrictions. And so they submit those over to the appropriations committee, and the appropriations committee takes a while to kind of go through all those projects, have conversations with the staff. And that's when staff comes back sometimes to us, to the city, or to us, being Bob, Anna, and Tracy as being us, the secondary contact, to just get more clarification on the projects, right? And to get, you know, more granular questions, because the committee's asking these questions. And so once Congress goes through their appropriations process, which means, you know, the members, they'll have hearings in the summer, they'll have conversations about passing bills, etc. And it could take from summer through fall through early winter sometimes. It all depends on timing. But once Congress approves its appropriation bills and the president signs them, then it goes into federal law, which is awesome. It means that we have some earmarks. But here's the rub. The rub is that federal agencies are given about 30 to 60 days to transmit the information, right? So they'll get the information, you know, the police vehicles were approved, and then they get over to the Justice Department, and they get to the right department within the Justice Department. And then the right department at the Justice Department reaches out to the city to say, hey, you got this money, you have to fill out more paperwork. And once the paperwork is filled out, and it could take from 30 days to a year, depending on each agency, that's just been our experience, then maybe you get the money. if there's no bumps along the way. Tracy, Bob, could you, have I missed something?
No, I think you covered it, Anna. I think, you know, every agency is different in the time that they move projects. The one big thing is anything involving construction. is important for you not to start construction on any project before you have the funds in hand, because the agencies cannot reimburse you for work that's already been completed. So that's just something to keep in the back of your mind as this process moves forward.
So we definitely ask all our clients to think about projects that you have some sort of lead time. Understanding that you're in design phase, maybe a year or two later, you start construction, we can ask for those funds sooner rather than later. So this is probably why the conversation on the lift station and the sewer system might be a good conversation to have right now. Bob, any additions to the thoughts?
No, I think both you and Tracy covered it. It's just I think I just want to reiterate, this is a long process. This is not we get the money, we ask for the money today and it appears tomorrow. We are the fiscal year 26 started on October 1st last year. We still don't have DHS appropriations for fiscal year 26, even though we're 5 months into the fiscal year. So I just want to reiterate what Anna and Tracy have already said, that this is a long game. It may take, if we apply next week for these earmarks, we may not know that we have them until this time next year. And then we have to work through a process with the Department of Justice or whoever we get the funding from. That could take 6 months, it could take a year, it could take 2 years. I mean, it is a very bureaucratic process. So that's why we need to start thinking about some of these projects in the future, because they're not going to happen tomorrow. So yeah.
And just to give you a rough idea of what we're dealing with, so we got appropriations for the Main Street redevelopment. That portal has just been finalized and is waiting for RFP now. And we got those apportionments almost 3.5 years ago.
And I appreciate you saying that, because as much as we would like to say that you apply for the funding now and get it tomorrow, that's not the way this process works, and it's very frustrating. But I will say this too. Also, one of the things that we do very successfully, honestly, is we are the squeaky wheel for these projects when they get caught up at the Department of Justice or Department of Transportation or HUD or Interior. We call those folks, we work them, we get Congress to send them letters to push them to get the money out. And so our hope is that it won't take that long, but we want to be very realistic with you today that these timelines, it's not as quick as we would like it. And you would like it, frankly.
Yes.
And with these portals, when they open up, we have to have scope of work. We have to have budget. We have to have all of the design planning phases ready to go for the scope. So you'll see when we start going through the CIPs and the budgets, as far as that's what we're working towards. That's what we're trying to look forward and trying to design for instance, a public works facility, extending the or the public safety complex, those types of things in order for growth, because right now we don't have those items. The reason why those 4 individual items are there is because those were ready. Those actually had scope. They actually had design already, had been vetted by an engineer and made sure that everything was there. So because once these get uploaded and they say the apportionments and that timeline where they come back for the scope of work or get into the, how they said, get into the weeds as far as trying to go back and forth with it, that scope cannot change.
And more importantly, they fit the timeline that Nexxus has provided. We have that flexibility to do that. The only one on that list that would may change is if we partner with a developer or do something with the lift station. Then that would if we do that, then that one goes out, because once we start it, there's no reimbursement. We can't go appropriations again. say, hey, we will still need money for this.
Yeah,
Unless-
federal funding can be requested once a project has started.
Unless, Nexxus tells us something differently, then we can. But to our understanding, that's how it works.
That is right, Louis. But what you can do, and I explained this earlier, is if you do design, you can pay for the whole design and then the federal funds can do construction. But you can't do part of construction and then get federal funds and then reimburse yourself or use that. You can't start a section of the project and then use federal funds.
And we have some apportionments back from 2022 that was how it was addressed, and we are still fighting for that money.
Yeah, let us know what that is. Frankly, we don't need to talk about it here.
We had I had asked. Brandy is focused on the apportionment right now, and then as soon as we're done with that, then we'll get all that stuff over to you.
Yeah, so we can be the squeaky wheel because we'll help loosen that up.
And then of course, federal shutdowns don't help the situation. And building these portals, we only have one grant writer that does the administrative job. So she does both. So trying to get all of these portals set up are time consuming.
So let's say for example, our projects don't get selected this year.
We roll them over to next year.
Okay. And then that gives us that year to kind of think about more.
Correct.
To throw in, because I mean, my thinking on seeing this is we want to make sure that we put as many projects as we can so that at least some of them can be selected.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
but like Bob mentioned, they're very strategic and methodical of how they want to ask for funding. I don't know, Bob, if you can elaborate on that.
No, that's absolutely right. We don't want to ask for 4 projects under, even though let's say and this is just hypothetical. Let's say the city had 4 transportation projects that were the 4 highest priorities. If we asked for 4 transportation projects, the most we could ever get is 1 because they're only going to pick 1. But what we've done with these asks is ask for different buckets. So we increase our probability of getting 1, maybe 2 or 3, but then they might say, for instance, this last year, the senators wanted to finish the Douglas Port Road. So they put all of their transportation funds into that one project, and almost nothing else across the state got funded in terms of transportation. So that's why we're playing our odds. We're to some degree, we're trying to game the system to ensure that we can be as successful as we can.
Well, we might have priorities, but they won't. Maybe they won't align with the appropriations, and we have to look at other funding.
Correct.
And
We've been
correct.
really strategic about trying to start designing some of these priority projects so that we can have them ready and have them readily available to submit for funding.
And we have specifically had conversations with staff and talking about these submissions in understanding that we have been talking to congressional staff and their bosses, right, about what their priorities are. So we try to align the members' priorities with the city's priorities to get us the best chance of success. So it's one of those things where, it's really strategic, and that Bob, Tracy, and I geek out on this, I like to say, right? We definitely like to figure out the puzzle and definitely try to figure out the right pieces to submit for the better chance of success. And so, I like to say proof is in the pudding. So, we'll definitely are looking forward to trying to bring home a lot of bacon for you. Should we go on the next?
I have a question. What type of projects have a better chance to be financed or appropriated by this administration? Where is the most funding? Because we've been doing our walkthroughs here for departments, and I'm pretty sure, well, not sure, but I feel that probably public safety. We went through with our fire and police, and they need a training room, and also with our court. It's very old. It's when it rains, it floods. So we here in the next couple of years, we need to do something about that. So Are those type of fundings more available than, say, the a wastewater project?
So that's, and that's a good question. And it really depends on the year. But by and large, the most popular programs are under what we call the THUD program, Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development. The EDI program is the most subscribed program in the federal government. It gets the most requests. It's the most highly competitive for a number of reasons, probably the most important of which is it's 100% grant funds instead of having a match. So, unless it's a really, 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 really great project like the Aquifer Recharge, we think that's a great project and that could be possibly funded under there. We try to stray away from that. Transportation, everyone has a transportation need. So that's why we like, for instance, the State Avenue improvements, that could be a transportation project. But there's a bucket under FEMA that I explained earlier that's called PDM, pre-disaster mitigation, that funds these box culverts and things like that. That is there. Well, it's less oversubscribed. There, almost every program in the federal government is oversubscribed, but that one it would less oversubscribed. And to get to your point about projects, I things like widgets, Senator Kelly really likes. He loves doing police cars, ambulances, hazmat vehicles, those things. He loves doing those because that can be delivered right away. Boom, do a ribbon cutting. He looks like, that's a very good tangible result that his constituents can see. So yeah, I mean, it really depends on the year, but consistently what we have seen is that there are some oversubscribed programs where we try to stay away from, and there are other programs that we try to target for. So, and that's what we tried to do here.
Bob, can you mention about the fire truck requests?
Yeah, so the fire truck request is a great request, and we would like to eventually do something. Where we would request that would be under the Ag CFP program, which is the Community Facilities Program. The only problem with that program is that the match is a high match. So that's one of the ones we stayed away from in this round because I think it's either only 35 or 45% federal match. So,
And
and that
let me explain the ladder truck and the ambulance request, so that now that Bob is on the line, you guys can ask questions just in case you have questions. So the ladder request, we are putting it in our CIP. It is a 4-year build out. So it's 4 years to get this truck. Last year when we asked for it, it was 1.6, 1.9 million. Now it's 2.4. Just in a year. If we would have started it last year, we would have saved that money and we would have paid it 4 years in a row, allocating payments. The vendor does not charge interest. He allows us to make those payments. So therefore, on the 4th year, we make that payment and the fire truck is paid for. The ladder truck is paid for. Now, since we waited, we are, from 1.9 to 2.4. And if we do an apportionment or if we ask a request for funding, again, it is a 4-year build out. So yes, it does fall in the timeline, but the amount of money by the time that we get the money is going to be less and we're still going to be paying out. So we want to really think strategically on these items. With the ambulance, the sweet spot, as they had stated, is in the millions. The ambulance is a 2-year build out where we can divide that payment up in 2 years. Same thing, vendor does not charge interest and it allows us to make those payments. So therefore we can pay it in 2 years and have 2. Now that's not to say that we won't ask for a ladder truck or won't ask for an additional ambulance, because we really are trying to make sure that we stay on replacement plans, because the city of Somerton has not had that in the past. So we're looking at vehicles or equipment that is like 20+ years old, 10+ years old, a lot of mileage. And we're at a position where we're trying to make sure that everything's running consistently and making sure that everything is, especially with the public safety to get the items that they need. So that is the reason why those two projects in particular are not on the apportionment request.
And I have a question on that. Say for future needs, the Somerton Fire Department also serves the Cocopah tribe. Is there funding that they can tap into, and maybe in the future we can work through them to acquire funding?
That's a very good question, and the answer is yes. And the good news is tribal tribal requests fall under different buckets, so that are also less subscribed. So that is a partnership is a great way to go, especially with the tribe.
And we have had those discussions with chief as well as administration to go and revisit that.
The training room. Yeah.
Yeah, again, that's gonna take some time because, again, the portals are open now. Bob, I don't know if they have a different portal or timeline, or it's the same for, that type of funding.
It would be the same, I believe, for the tribes.
Yeah, I
So
feel for the next coming years.
Yes,
We're looking
yes.
Yeah.
at the training room.
it's a good conversation. This is also, whenever Mrs. Grijalva comes and visits, definitely let her know. I mean, the chief was actually very kind in giving us a tour and showing us. It's like, this is our training room, which is incredibly inadequate to be able to do things. So I definitely feel like, having a visual for her would be incredibly helpful, and having the, again, leadership from the Cocopah at that walkthrough would be key, and more venues to actually request money for.
And just wanted to point out that Nexxus did do a walkthrough our facilities, and we showed them what each department director kind of went over the needs and what they were looking for.
Yes, thank you for that. It was great hospitality.
I have a question.
Yes,
Chona,
ma'am.
I have a question for Chona. Chona, you mentioned that you and the chief just stated that because we waited, last year was 1.9, now it's 2.4, and then you reiterated and said because we waited. Did you ask for a ladder truck last time?
Yes.
And so did we deny it? Is that what it was? Or so how come at that point? Because right now I'm understanding clearly that, it's a long wait and we could pay it. There's no interest, and, these are funds that we could try to find. I'm just like, I don't know, just
No, I was in the same position as you. It was the fact of, and I'll take a little bit of responsibility on that. It was my second year here, trying to learn everything. I believe Chief just found out that they were no interest. They were allowing us to do this. We did this year. Got the information because we wanted to come back to give a good funding source. All of his, all of Fire's requests are large requests. So they look scary. They look at me balancing the budget as far as trying to make sure that we have enough funds for everything going across the board. It is so in all aspects, we use the year to figure out what we can do and how we can do it. And so that's what we found out. So that's how we're presenting it. I know that a lot of course, mayor and council got the feedback of the apportionments and hey, these guys got money for all of these items. It's just that we haven't had haven't had the funds to just do the replacement, and somebody hasn't taken the time to look at all your aspects. We have now tried to look at all the aspects, and that's the reason why that's there.
so Nexxus did recommend to ask, Congresswoman Grijalva to come tour, or did she already, or did she no, to come tour? And so that's the purpose for us to ask her to consider what we're asking for. And then if that's the case and she touches her heart and says, yes, we're going to fund it, she has 4 years to pay or, get those funds, or do we get those funds right away?
So
or,
we can't even request to build it, because at that point in time, say if,
We're committed.
so we put it in the portal, we put it in, and they come back in that 6-month time frame and say, yes, you have the money. We can't order it until we have the money. So it goes to an agency, and then the agency has to open up a portal. Then the grant writer and the grant writer / administrator has to go there and build the portal. And then we'll build the portal. Once that build the portal, that doesn't even mean, we don't even know what's going on with Congress or the government, if they have a shutdown, a partial shutdown, if they have one of the agents not working and they let them go. There's so many aspects to that. So then by the time that we say yes, where they say yes, we're into year 3.
We're gonna have to pay for it. Yeah, in my opinion, we're gonna have to pay for it because this process is too long. This process is too long. It doesn't work that easy. The appropriations, it takes too long. It takes too long.
So
It takes too long, and it's a 4-year plan. We're gonna have to fork up the money, because if we keep waiting longer, it's gonna be much costlier, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to look for other projects.
And one thing is that we are planning so that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
important
that's
thing.
the
you
whole
know?
thing
Yeah,
is,
and that's what we're doing is for these replacement plans. I mean, you can ask the directors individually how many times they hear that when we meet with them on a monthly basis is, where's your replacement plan? How are you doing with your replacement plan? And that goes with everything. It's not only our vehicles, it's our equipment. It's our, our equipment in our lift stations, it's equipment in our facilities, it's everything. Because it has not been done. So we're trying to catch up. And as Vice Mayor had said earlier in the conversation with the Mexico self-insurance, it's our growing pains. And unfortunately, it's going to be our growing pains for a couple of years, but we are really trying to push to get all of these items ready. Basically what they call it is shovel ready, for the fact of when time comes and we can open these things up, we have everything. We're not scrambling to try to figure it out, or putting in a scope of work and then the scope of work is not the scope of work that we did, or there's a lot of aspects to it that we're really working on.
So let's not waste the time of the Congresswoman. Take her to see public safety, take her to the court, find money to build her or fix it,
And that's what we're
So
trying to
if
be.
we have to pay for it, don't
strategic.
even take her there.
Any room too.
Don't even concentrate on what she's able to produce and help us with. If she's not able to help us with that
Yeah.
most important part, move on. And we have to figure out how
Yeah.
to fix public safety. But the
And that's
court
the
is,
point.
And
is
that's the point.
priority.
Yeah, that's the point.
Okay, well, let's separate. What I'm talking about, police and fire.
But that's the point. I mean, even with, there's so many aspects, and like I had stated, as we go through the budget, you'll see that we have a lot of growing pains and catching up to do. And we're working towards that in hopes that we can have projects in the future for our future growth that we can get help with in that 4-year term.
I have a question in regards to appropriations. When Senator Gallegos came a couple weeks ago, some staffers mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, some staffer mentioned that they weren't gonna look into submitting police vehicles anymore, or fire ambulances. I think we heard that. I think the chief of staff mentioned that, the girl that was there. And
Abigail.
but now, because I saw the 4 vehicles that were requested here, and you guys are talking about that they want to include more, and Senator Kelly's all for it, but why was Senator Kelly's, Senator Gallegos staffers saying that they're not gonna push for
Anna or Bob, could you?
for police vehicles, and Senator
And
Kelly.
that's why we rely on Nexxus. Nexxus has been helping us kind of mitigate that.
Identify those things.
Yes.
I mean,
Bob?
that would be news to me because we've talked to Luis Heredia about that.
No,
He said,
Luis is Mr. Kelly.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sorry,
talking about Gallegos.
yeah.
Yeah,
We've, I'm
Abby.
sorry. Yeah, we've talked to Abby, his state director about it, specifically, and they are very strongly supportive of it. So that would be news to me.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago when they came, they had mentioned they that they were gonna ask about the public safety vehicles because they weren't sure that they were gonna go into appropriations for that this time
Okay.
around.
That could be news to them too. So we
Okay.
definitely we'll loop back with Abby, and we'll also loop back with the Gallegos staff here in DC, Nancy Total, who is the head appropriations person. And so she hasn't indicated to us at all that there's no interest in police vehicles or safety vehicles. So we definitely this is news to us. And so let us chase this down for you.
Okay. I just want to
Yes.
make sure.
Absolutely. No, thank you. I mean, you know, you hear things on the ground that we don't hear, and then we hear, you know, things from up here that you don't hear. So it's all about exchange of information for sure. So you know, this is great because this is continue on to the actual presentation. We just talked about the requests. We also wanted to kind of touch a little bit about Arizona Environmental Infrastructure Projects, the Section 595 through the Army Corps of Engineers in Arizona. They have an incredible, huge presence, thanks to Tracy, who actually started the Section 595 program a few years ago. She has been able, and the delegation has been able to increase the original funding of 100 million. Is that correct, Tracy? To 250 million authorized, which means that they are allowed to spend that much, but they need the money in. They need to allocate the money. They need to appropriate the money. So they have authorization. They have like the line of credit, right, to 250, but you need to put the money in, right, to make it to 250. But in the meantime, we've been working across the state actually on these Section 595 projects. And as Bob said, we kind of have become the squeaky wheel with the Army Corps to make sure that they're on time on these projects and they're being delivered. Now, Section 595, it's a great program that we've been talking to the city management about because it's once your project is approved by the Army Corps, it's a reimbursement program. So the city can spend money on the design and on start construction and get reimbursed every month for the amount of money that they spent. The cut is basically 75% Army Corps and 25% the city.
And we currently
So-
have, I think, Anna, we currently have a Army Corps of Engineers project for $500,000.
Yes, it's 500,000. Anna, could you clarify, the reimbursement is, you can start construction after you're approved.
Yes, of course, after you're approved. Yes.
Yeah, you have
After
you,
you sign
yeah.
a PPA, which is the agreement. Right, Bob?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. You have to, it's called a PPA. We talk in acronyms here in DC. It's a project partnership agreement, but we call it a PPA. Once you sign the PPA, then you can start the project and then it's reimbursement. The great thing about that project that was actually created by Tracy Sutton on our team. She wrote the legislation that made it law, is that, as Anna said, you become the general contractor for the project. So you can work at your pace. You don't have to worry about anyone else, a contractor or anything, that being hired by ADOT or some other entity. You will be the general contractor, and then once you spend the money, you file that reimbursement, and they send you a check back for 75%. It's a great program.
And just to give you a timeline, so we put in for submittal on this 595 in 2023. The portal just closed The portal was opened to put in everything. The agreement was signed, everything. They are barely starting. I mean, we haven't even gotten a starting date yet of the project this year.
Let us be the squeaky, let us be the squeaky wheel there. We've
It
been
was the turnover for the retirement of Mike, I believe.
Mike
That's the reason.
Tuttle.
Yeah,
Mike
that's the
Tuttle.
reason.
Yeah.
Or they reassigned him, I'm sorry. So that's the reason why it's taking so long, but it's for the wastewater and it's for their computer system.
The SCADA. Yep. We can be the squeaky wheel there to free up that project, because we want to see it be successful, but if you have to wait that long to get your funds, it's very frustrating.
Well, they're doing the project as well, Bob.
Oh,
Oh, it's not a 595 project?
I thought it's under Army Corps of Engineers.
It is 595, but they're probably have to do the CADX and stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
we
so they
haven't
have to
even-
do those processes. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, got it. So that's another one of the programs that we we're very involved in. And also like we were talking about earlier, whenever congressional visits by the members are happening and or their staffs, we're more than happy to also kind of not necessarily participate, but also kind of exchange ideas as to what their interests would be. Again, for me, knowing Adelita, she's very much into education, into kids, into facilities. I mean, I was just kind of thinking about the courthouse and needing some help, right? And one of the things that you could bring up, she worked for over 20 years down in Tucson on a teen court program. So she understands, the court systems, and she understands kids and how it was a diversion program for the kids. So this would be something that if something similar can be happening in Somerton, I'm sure she would enjoy that and try to see how she can get resources for the courthouse. Just an idea, just a thought that just kind of came up. But for us, it's like these congressional visits are an amazing opportunity to tout your town, to tout your needs, and to be able for the member to take that knowledge back to DC and to do the advocacy work. So for us, again, we're looking forward to seeing you in a few months. I believe in April, and we are gonna basically we're in charge of your lives in DC, as I like to say. We will have a schedule for you. We will organize your schedule. We'll make sure you get to the right place and get you some, points to put across. By that time, we should know which projects have been advocated. I think, most of the time we would know which projects have been chosen by the member, and I'll, at the same time, being able to go and talk about your needs. So we'll work with the city staff to make sure that we get all the points across for a successful trip to DC. And so in the meantime, we meet with your staff every other week, if not more often, as needed, to be able to represent you here in DC. And we look forward to be available to you anytime. So thank you so much for your time. And we're here for more questions. We can continue talking about other things. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Bob,
bored you-
Anna, Tracy.
We bored you
appreciate
to
it.
death. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much for your time. We
Thank
look
you,
forward to
everybody.
seeing you here in DC.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You too. Mayor, we went over like our break time, but do you want to take a 15-minute break right now?
Yeah, just a comment. I want to have a work session for the CIP to discuss priorities, and maybe we got to think if maybe 2 work sessions on it, but I would like to have Nexxus on the line, and we need to have those conversations. I know that the ladder truck was presented, but just an example, what if they tell us we have a good chance of getting it through the Cocopa tribe? Maybe we can reprioritize that, at least something that, staff and council have those conversations, and having Nexxus and knowing what type, if we get funding, I don't have an issue. Of course, they're going to tell us we have a good chance, then extend that project, or, the training room. I don't know, I haven't seen the CAP. If it's scheduled for next year, maybe there's a good chance of us waiting for grant funding, but that's conversations that council needs to be had, and staff, and hopefully with Nexus help, we can have a better plan, and because, yeah, you, as you know, funding is limited, so if we can tap into those funds, now that we have Nexus, maybe we can do that. So, yeah,
We
so
can have
a
that
break.
discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is everybody ready?
We're ready.
Real quick, Chief wanted to announce something real quick.
I want to do a quick presentation for our top shooter from yesterday. The mayor outshot Saul and somebody else, right?
And Vice Mayor.
Oh,
Mayor,
thank
so we
you.
have this one for the person that shot the highest last time.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Una $200 card from Spray.
Thank you so much.
I didn't want one, but okay. You insist.
Y tenías un Tacoma a los 20 años. ¿No? Yeah. Sí, yeah. Para ti no te
Whenever you're ready, man.
un Tacoma, sí.
Are we ready, Max? Good. So the next item up is on our agenda is a CIP, the general enterprise budget review, as well as additional personnel to be funded. Just kind of segued from what we were talking about and giving you an idea of what we're looking at for CIP for this year. We'll start with mayor and councils, the 0.8 CIP items.
And Shona, I just wanted to mention the mayor and council. These are what some of the things that staff identified. But if you have any projects or anything like that, please let us know and we can.
Yes, if you want to move these around, remove them, however you want to do that, just take a look at it. If we're not doing that now, we don't have to do that now, but it can be adjusted.
And I just want to remind council that the 0.8, when that was established, was for projects that would have an immediate impact for our residents, so like this type of projects. But if you have any ideas, with that, the past years we funded the splash pad and the Christmas tree and stuff like that. So
I'm just gonna kind of run down the items. This is what council. This is our recommendations, kind of following kind of what we've seen in the past. So it is an extension of the Christmas tree to give it more height, which has been on there for the last few years. All parks, the lighting improvement for all parks. Council park upgrades and improvements. This is a phase 1 improvement to access limitations for a new fence. Community center improvements, which is phase 1. It's a snack bar / micro kitchen. Community complex parking lot enhancements. This is design only. It's phase 1. Again, going back to the previous conversation that we had about design, always trying to make sure that we do it in phases, basically design, construction, and then completion.
And this is the partnership that we're looking for that vendor to increase parking at that facility.
okay.
And then the last one on your item on the mayor and council's 0.8 is the decorative lights on Main Street, Carlisle to Congress. Any questions? Extended.
Yeah, one of the things that we've gotten comments on is, that we have identified for the most part, downtown Main Street, and then we do have more commercial, businesses from that area, and they mentioned, and I think we had some feedback from mayor and council of identifying that and giving them the same kind of addition of lighting to identify them, attract it a little bit more. Now, we go all the way to Congress because after that, the palm trees are lit up. So
Right now it stops at Union, right?
right,
Okay.
right. So we wanted to kind of give it a kind of formalize it that way so they can identify that. And then of course, with the Main Street here, that'll get changed up and hopefully have that new art. So that's going to be lit up. But going from Somerton that way, we have the palm trees lit up. So we just kind of wanted to fill in where the lighting wasn't there and brighten up Main Street and be it more attractive.
Council look at this and bring it back. Maybe we decide not to fund it this year, but at least it's there for the following years so we can start.
And again, going back to the 5-year CIP, we really want to, during our next fiscal year, come back to you guys and approve a 5-year CIP. So therefore, we're planning within 5 years and we're not kind of coming back. We get your direction and kind of your input on our 5-year CIP plan throughout the whole city. The next one is courts. A CIP requesting to hire a consulting firm to go over the assessment only, to go over the construction of a new courthouse or remodel of the current facility or a temporary facility in that nature. You all have taken a tour through the courthouse. And this is long overdue as far as an assessment is concerned. So therefore, judge is requesting to hire an outside firm to kind of help her with that as far as to move forward.
Courts.
Economic development. Oh, sorry. Any questions?
On courts, I remember we received information that there was is this part of the CIP or I don't know. CIP is a request for staff as well? Because I remember we received requests for.
So this is just the CIP.
Okay.
I have one for enterprise, and then I have one that the request for funding of staff vetting.
Okay. I'll wait.
Okay.
I have a question too. So this CIP for this fiscal year is just for an assessment or just to hire someone? No changes?
No changes have been given. She has sent packets, and I'll allow Judge to go ahead and kind of go through it if you don't mind, as far as.
Because that would be one more year postponement of fixes.
So yeah, so as far as our CIP, obviously it's a 5-year with the whole hoping we can get a new courthouse built. So this year we would ask for that money to get somebody to come in and assess the building or maybe
I think it's a needs assessment.
Needs assessment, because if new construction, things like that, and that's where we would then from there move on with the design if that's what we get approved for.
But some fixes that need to be done quick. It doesn't.
Those are already, like, for example, that was the insurance, what is covering that. So yes, what I'm asking for is like, let's get a design firm or a construction firm. Hey, what do we need? And obviously any consultation like that is going to be pretty hefty. Yeah. So that's what we're asking for, at least this year, to somebody go in there or next fiscal year, somebody go in there and make an assessment. Should we build? Should we just, or if we need to remodel there, which
no,
I'm really hoping for that, but I'm still adding it there just in case. But it's just the basic, the foundation, I guess.
And the assessment would help us identify, what the judge's service needs are, quality of life for our residents when they're coming into the court, operations.
Right. The function of the courthouse.
Yes.
ADA, all that stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next one is economic development. Economic development is requesting a vehicle due to the fact that they are now using other vehicles that are not up to standard and just are not running. So we're trying to get that. They're in a need. They're ones that go from place to place. Their department is always, and I know Jasmine is always in her vehicle for the most part. And an economic development strategic plan. This project implements the city's adopted general plan developing a long-term economic development strategy, guide growth, redevelopment, and capital investment decisions. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes. On the replacement of the Malibu, can we keep it and have the PIO use it, or when she's around with the camera and the part, you know?
That's what we're working on. Yes.
So
Yes.
leave the Malibu, but
Right, we were originally going to replace it, but it recently.
Is the microphone on?
Should be. Is it-
Hello?
oh, there.
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, the original plan was to replace the Malibu. It is a 2007, and it is aged, but it recently got serviced by our new fleet, and he said that, sorry, new assessment by our new fleet supervisor, and he, with full confidence, that this vehicle can stand up around town and a few minor trips or some trips to Yuma. Local trips. I, as the director, do travel to Yuma more often, about 2 times a week, and for Chamber of Commerce meetings, GYDC, luncheons, meetings in general, economic development meetings. And I travel to Phoenix a lot more often than some of my fellow peers here. So I think a reliable car, a little bit nicer than the Malibu, is necessary for me.
no, yes, I agree. But what I'm saying is not get rid of the Malibu, so you can have it for your staff to like go to, you know, to little events that we have here. And
To answer your question, yes, the Malibu will be staying with the communication staff for local trips.
thank you.
And I have a question, and we are requesting, being requested an SUV, not a vehicle, right?
Correct. Due to the fact that it could be utilized, sometimes they go to events that they haul stuff with. It could be utilized in that nature instead of having to rent a bigger car or taking one of the other larger vehicles from the other departments.
Okay.
I thought it
She-
said Raptor there, but
No.
to you.
She originally requested a Honda Accord, and we kind of did some evaluation on that and said that it would be more it would be more reliable and more convenient for the city to have a little larger vehicle.
The Raptors, if you bring investors, yeah.
An SUV where we
Walmart.
could all fit,
The
or
Walmart,
she's
yeah,
gonna
get a
take us,
Raptor.
you know,
Or
we could
like
join
with
her to
League, I
meetings
know
and-
that she travels with a lot of stuff with League because they do the booth and all of that. An SUV will be more suitable for
but
her.
not a truck
travel.
or anything like that.
No,
but an
no, no, no,
SUV.
no, no, no.
And we are, can you talk a little bit about the fleet, what we're trying to do? with that?
With the fleet, I have had 2 discussions with Enterprise. What they do is they evaluate our fleet entirely, with the exception of equipment. So any of the heavy equipment, they really don't do. They even have some contracts with police vehicles, not necessarily fire vehicles. So I'm gonna have 2 or 3 more discussions with them because again, our fleet has been understaffed at this point. So now when we have somebody that's reliable and that is getting in there and he's trying to help us evaluate these items, as Jasmine had stated about the Malibu. It is now, it was sitting and now it's running. So those types of things, they come in and they evaluate everything and give us options. Originally, when I first came on, I was presented this and they had stated that it was all or none. So we said no because it was like $2 or $3 million a year to do that. And so it was no, and we didn't kind of visit. Found out that it was kind of addressed to us incorrectly. And they have certain items, like if we only wanted to do 4 or 5 vehicles, we could. So I'm trying to work with that along with Public Works Director as well as Fleet Supervisor and Administration to try to narrow it down and find some way that maybe it could be more feasible to help us with our older vehicles and to get this in place. Any more questions?
So when you're talking about that fleet, you're looking at a couple of cars, not the
No,
whole
they are
city?
gonna evaluate the whole entire fleet. I wanna kind of give a price on what they're looking at our whole entire fleet. And meaning they will provide us a replacement plan. They will provide us like service. They will provide us even fuel if we asked for it.
So I'm assuming, let's say like if this vehicle were to be approved, it wouldn't be purchased until we know for sure if what direction we would be going, right?
Trying to go through that direction. So
Okay.
then we're still gonna have to pay them something.
Mm-hmm.
So then I would take some of these vehicles that we're requesting, put them all together as a lump
Mhm.
sum, and that money will go to whatever the amount that they're paying. That's thinking out of the box.
Negotiate well. Shona.
So that's our anticipation to do that. The next one is Parks and Rec. We have Paracone ADA Stadium seating. This is phase 3 of Paracone Park. It is grant funded 400,000 and general funded 100,000.
The grant funding from what agencies?
That would be Arizona Parks and Trails, and we'll look for outside agencies
Do we
too,
have a good chance with that? No, they, yeah.
because it's ADA. There's a lot of state laws and federal
Okay.
laws on it, so that would help us. Yeah.
And then the track record, we already had Arizona Parks and Trails grant, and it was successfully completed and closed out. So we're in good standing with them.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Going back one slide.
Going back to
I'm the,
economic development.
well, your previous comment
Oh, okay.
about the fleet services. So why are we needing a fleet department if you're gonna go with
So again-
somebody that's gonna do well, you're gonna bring somebody that's gonna see the whole
Again, that's an option they provide.
what
That's something that they provide, that, you know, if they provide that option to certain things and we have a fleet department to service the larger equipment, you know, we'll still be in need of the fleet department. It's just a matter of how we're going to allocate that. Our fleet department can't service all of our vehicles all the time with the equipment that they have at this point in time. So some of those vehicles are going straight out to dealers, or we're still spending that extra money to do that. So that's why working with them as far as Public Works and Fleet to evaluate and help me evaluate this as what they're presenting. It's only an option.
You still need it.
We do.
no yeah, but it was like
No,
yeah.
that was, it was a question of mine when it first initiated.
I think we need to look at that closely. You can have more in-depth conversations of that
definitely,
and
definitely.
analyze the
Yes.
pros and cons.
The next one is Council Park Inclusive Playground Installation. This item is put for 100,000 in general funds, 150,000 for impact fees, and then 250,000 for other sources, which would be a sponsorship outside agency. It was presented and put on CIP according to that sponsorship. If the sponsorship does not pull through, then that CIP will not move forward.
Finally, using impact fees, that's great.
Facilities is the next one. It's design only, City Hall break room. This is to enclose our upstairs break room to provide a little bit more privacy, improve quality of the break room and the employees' usage area. This is a design only to figure out how much it's going to cost us and see where that falls on our priority list.
And James, can you talk a little bit about the
So yeah, so I know it seems like it's just a wall and a door, but the big issues is the ADA accessibility. We have to make sure that the counter space is the correct like height. There might be more to this project than just putting up a frame and a doorway, but it is important that we that go through the process and make sure that we're every project we do meets ADA accessibility, even though we may not have any employees at this time that fall under that category. It's important that we build for the future and always have that in mind when we do projects.
And Jim, can you hit on also the process contract?
Oh, yes. So the big thing is when we were doing the Parks and Rec, a little background, when we were doing the Parks and Rec office, we were going out for basically the design, and legal came back and said, nope, this falls under Title 34. It's a public facility. You have to have engineering with with any public building, like the community center, anything that the city owns that's public building, you have to follow under Title 34. And I think legal's on, so they can kind of hint on this a little bit more if they would like to.
Yeah. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but that's exactly right. I mean, there's some very small projects where there are sometimes some exemptions under Title 34. Otherwise, in addition to our procurement code, state law just tells us we have to, generally, you're going to do like a design bid build where it's kind of sequential. You first get design and then you go out to bid. But I mean, there are alternative procurement methods. I'm happy to work with James and staff on it. Sometimes we can do design build together, but there's no way to just like go out and not have those engineered drawings before we do a project like that.
Yeah, engineers are great. Yeah.
And this goes back on our process of trying to be proactive instead of reactive, and then just jumping into something, doing it, and then coming back and finding out that it's not correct, or we have to spend more money to tear it down and put it back in. The next one is main topic of conversation earlier this morning. We hit on it a little bit of the ladder truck. Again, it is a 4-year build. This is year 1, the replacement of the ladder truck. Current one is reaching 20 years of service. Finding parts has been difficult. The 4-year payment will be from 2027 to 8, 9, 10, 11, 2011, 2021, 31, 2031, 2031. Sorry, I use a calculator every day. The current ladder truck is manufactured in Finland and has limited number of manufacturers in the U.S., which makes it difficult for repair and obtain parts. We've had $102,000 worth of repairs since 2024, and it's been placed in the shop several times throughout the years. Again, going back to the price, the current price is 2.4. And so we want to try to lock in that price and start the build. So the first payment would be $600,000.
So I'd like the chief just kind of go over the maintenance and the challenges with the ladder truck.
So what I would like to do is go through all vehicles, and then Chief can go ahead and answer all the vehicle questions. Ambulance, again, 2-year build. The total of it is approximately a little over 300,000. Again, it is basically the service. It's providing extra service, and Chief can go into a little bit more detail in regards to that. And then the rescue truck replacement. This is the truck that goes on to all calls. It's a 2014, and it has 111,000 miles on it. This is 113,000. It's not a year's build out. It is a 1-year build out. So we're requesting it to have it since our current one is going a little over 10 years old.
Showing our COCOPA agreement, do they pay part of this?
So our COCOPA agreement does not include any capital purchases. I have recommended to administration to revisit that MOU, to go back and maybe kind of get with the COCOPA tribe and see what we can do as far as renegotiate. So that's what we're going to work on fiscal year 2027.
So it's basically operations that
it's actually just a portion of operations.
Yes. The third.
It's a third. Correct.
A third, yeah.
Do we have a lot of calls over there?
Monthly, we average about 23, 26 calls. That includes east, west, casino, and resort.
Basically every day.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody?
No, per month, we're doing an average of 23, 27. So
analyzing that with our renegotiation approach.
Yes.
So
and
does,
then we
does this 600,000, does it keep you awake at night? Hit to the general fund? Are you gonna make it work?
Everything keeps me awake. Again, we're trying to be reactive and trying to get the best bang for our buck and try to make sure that provide every department and actually provide the city what they need. And of course, with the city residents being that public safety is a number one priority, I'm sure. So we're trying to make sure that we know how to spread our funds correctly. So, any questions for me or Chief? All right. So I'll move.
Yeah, could you talk about the vehicle?
So real quick on the ladder truck, we've been having issues where every Thursday we actually extend the ladder, and there's been 3 occasions now where we run into issues because, like I said, since it's being old, the sensor, which is a safety, that would not allow us to keep operating. So then we have to get in the phone, talk with the technician that they have to, yeah, in Phoenix, and they'll give us like a manual how to bring it down. So that's what I was telling Lou, and what about if it's a real call situation that we're using it and we run into that issue? And every time it's been a different sensor that we have to replace or change. With the new build, the good thing about it is once we sign the contract, they have a 5%. So if the price were to go up 4%, they'll eat up the cost. Now, if it goes up 6%, they are responsible for first five, and then we're only responsible for the 1%. So that's one of the good things about us. Now, also, if we pay in advance, we get discounts. The price already includes those discounts. So once the ladder gets built, the ladder portion, and we pay for it, there's a discount on it. Once the chassis gets built, if we pay a portion of it, we get the discount. But those discounts are already including the 2.4 price. If not, it would be actually more. So
Chief, if you could talk about the new projects we have coming to Somerton and how that's gonna impact that.
yes, so
I
we
think,
have
I think
the-
we had our tour, so we understand the need and yeah, we had that. So that's what I was saying, the beginning, we've heard if not why we had those work sessions, so we understand the need unless something needs to be highlighted, but yeah.
Just a question on the repairs. There's nobody local here, like you said, that you have to call so they can guide you on how to.
No,
Nobody.
the two closest centers that we have is Vegas or Phoenix. So
Take it to Vegas is better.
not driving it all the way over there. Better to Phoenix.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is police. They are requesting 35 portable radios. The radios are end of life, estimated at about 10,000 each. Camera towers, 2, 110,000 each. The supplement patrol units, it's basically to increase monitoring and adding security presence. Patrol vehicle package, now we're requesting 5 due to the fact that, as you heard, we're putting in for apportionments for the whole 12. That's a 1.4, I believe it was. I believe it was 1.4 total. And more than likely, we won't get that 1.4. We'll probably get half or maybe a third. So that we want to make sure that we're moving forward and replacing those vehicles and making sure that we're funding them. We put in 500,000 for general fund. Flock cameras, we're requesting 20 and 6 video cameras. This, again, I believe Chief gave you a little overview on what the flock cameras do and help with investigations and other items. So we're requesting additional. Helmets, 35 helmets. This is just a replacement for the current inventory because they're older, and additional staffing that's coming aboard. Vest rifles, 18, same thing, just for current officers for the replacement, as well as new hires. And we are requesting 200,000 for a master plan layout for the public safety complex. Again, going back to being proactive in regards to being ready and shovel ready for any funding that may come up in the future. The next item is community development. Second floor cubicles. If you guys have seen the new cubicles downstairs, we're replacing the new ones up. We're requesting to replace the new ones upstairs. They're old, missing many pieces, falling apart, damaged, as well as just giving a more professional appearance upstairs. Affordable housing plan. This is a 2020 general plan, identifies affordable housing plan. It's a midterm implementation strategy. Housing attainability being an issue in Arizona since the end of the pandemic. So the goal is to try to get this and work proactively to get this taken care of so we can complete it prior to the end of the general planned life cycle. Land acquisitions. This is for the Main Street right-of-ways. We had this on our CIP for this current fiscal year, but due to processes and obtaining a lot of information, it is being rolled over. So this allocation is the Main Street right-of-way on Main Street Bay to need the westbound right turn lane.
On the affordable housing plan, what is that gonna give the city? What tools? Why is that $75,000 recommended? Well, what difference is gonna make on as far as your day-to-day operations or the city? As far as is it gonna give us, better idea or a plan on affordability? Or because basically we have Housing America, which is affordable housing. So what additional I guess tools or information are we going to get from that?
Mayor, the most important thing the plan would get us would be recommendations on what else the city can do to bring down costs. Housing America is just one builder, and they can only build so many houses at a time. It's certainly a lot less than what the demand is for affordable housing. What the affordable housing plan would do is tell us, what can the city do? Is it reducing permit costs? Is it waiving process fees? Is it allowing for smaller lots? Is it allowing for lessened development standards? These are things that have been tested in other cities that do make a difference at the end when the finished product is all said and done. And right now, the median income in Yuma County is $60,000. The cheapest new homes in Somerton right now are going for $300,000. The income needed to afford that home is around $90,000. So there's a huge disconnect there. Are we doing everything we can? We think there might be additional opportunities we could look into, but this is what the plan would tell us. Are we doing everything that we can do as a city to bring the cost of housing down? And that's what we're looking to get out of this.
I don't think it is. Mayor and Council, as I mentioned in the past, and this is just to add more context, in order for us to get a lot of the projects and retail that you desire request of me, we do need to increase our rooftops, which increases our population. That's been the biggest feedback I've gotten back from most retailers, is that we don't meet their population needs or their trade area needs. With that, I do also want to mention that we are a rural community, and a lot of first-time home buyers can tap into the USDA home loan, which I do anticipate will happen with the current homes that we have approved. However, USDA is no longer granted if a home is more than $340,000. So we do need to be creative in keeping that rural incentive here in our community so that we can grow as quickly as possible. That's not to say that I don't anticipate people want to live in Somerton. That's also part of my job to keep telling that story for us, that we're a great community to live no matter what, rural or not. However, it won't happen as quickly if we do have that rural community incentive here.
Any more questions on affordable housing? And then the last item on here is the potential land acquisition on Main Street. This allocation allows the city to respond quickly on acquisition opportunities, reducing long-term costs, and ensure adequate space for essential downtown redevelopment, public safety infrastructure as the community grows. There's no specific land associated with this. It's just a matter of
Could,
contingency to grow.
could we remove the Main Street and maybe there's an opportunity to come somewhere else that council deems necessary? So just land acquisition.
Great point.
Flexibility.
Okay. Any more questions on community development? Next one is information technology. The first one. Oh, it's okay. The first one is network infrastructure ownership. IT recommends transitioning from manual network services to owning the main and maintaining network equipment, not including City Hall. This change is accepted to generate significant long-term cost savings for the city with projected reductions at approximately 25 to 30% over the 5-year period. Additionally, the city now has is in a position that with the expertise and capabilities to manage the network operations internally. This is just basically the moving practice of trying to try to get more bang for our buck, and what we have staffed now allows us to do that. And then the next one is phase 1 for citywide security cameras implementation with point-to-point bridge connection, including public Wi-Fi for parks. IT is recommending installing security cameras at all city facilities to improve safety, protect assets, and support quick response for incidents. This investment enhances security for staff. It also has a point-to-point connection, which means that in areas that don't have Wi-Fi service, they can pull off of close vicinity areas, city areas. And it also includes parks outdoor Wi-Fi for public use.
I have a question on that. When was the last time we analyzed different high-speed providers?
Please repeat the question.
When was the last time the city looked at the high-speed providers and see what they offer? And
It was 3 years ago.
3 years ago? Okay.
And we're currently doing that now.
Okay, yeah, because now we have a different provider, so we
Correct.
can see, yeah.
We're looking into that too.
Mm.
Any more questions?
You know what? I have a question on the network infrastructure ownership. So you say moving in this direction, it'll save us 25 to 30% yearly for the next 5 years?
It's on 5 years. So it'll be 25 to 30% over a 5-year period.
And this is due to the fact that we have staff now that is able to sustain and.
Correct.
Now, do we have just one staff or do we have more than one staff?
We have 3.
3, okay.
Yes.
Just thinking about the contingency plan, so, okay.
Any more questions? The next one is fleet. The first one on here is the fleet shop repairs, office, break room, and bathroom. This is a phase 1. It's to update and rehab facilities manager's office, bathroom, break room, cooling system, and roll-up doors. This cost is based on a general construction cost, and update and repairs will not exceed the budget amounted in phase 1. I don't know if you've they haven't did tours yet. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. So when you do take the tours, you'll see the need for the facilities, the fleet department and their shop area to be updated. And again, this is only phase 1. There's other options that administration, public works director, and fleet supervisor are looking into to see if there's something that we can do temporarily as well.
When I first came on board, I remember one of the first things was there was a bid, a contract denied for construction of a shop, and it probably was designed. I remember it was that the construction company no longer exists, Lococo Pilkington. They had and that were turned back. But so are we including in the CAP a new shop? Because if we are, then I think those monies will probably be instead of doing the total remodeling of this, you know, maybe look at
So,
waiting and
we do not have a design for anything as far as a shop in general. The you'll go on to the next slide. It will have a design for a public works facility, which includes the fleet shop. Again, going into a design to do the whole area and actually move from there. Unfortunately, again, those processes take time. So a design, build and construct is probably a 5-year plan.
because I'm looking at there's metal buildings that could serve as a shop that has AC, because you go into that
And
shop, it's just working there in the summer, but there's something that we don't need to build the Taj Mahal, but something that's serviceable. A metal building, you see that all over the industrial parks, and they have AC, so that's what we need. We don't need a nice aesthetic building. We just need something serviceable from what we have there. So,
and that's what we are looking into.
but then again, we have the public works director here, so I don't want to speak for her, but that's her priority. So, but I would much rather have that. When I was in high school, I worked there in '92, and it still looks the same. And I worked there in the summer, and it's bad, and it still hasn't been improved. So,
yeah, those are some of the options that we do have in plans. Again, it's one of those things where this is a reactive measure because it's been avoided for so long.
so just
Why?
look at that and see
Yeah.
what we can come up with.
Alrighty.
Quick plan, right? Not in 5 years.
Yeah, a quick plan, like, metal building with with HVAC, that's, and yeah, and of course, again.
The next one is what we were just discussing. It was design new public works facility. This is a divisional budget split. So that means that 75,000 is split within the public works departments or divisions. Again, this is a phase 1 to go out and get a design in order to maybe phase out that design to construct.
I just want to point out, there was a conceptual done for this public works facility, which was, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer. And it was a conceptual. So we want to move forward to the next phase and to actually look at master planning like we've talked about in the different facilities. The original idea of moving to the public works area where we have property. One of the things that we want to kind of focus on, and Shona will bring up some other items, is our water facility area where currently we have everybody there to transition, because eventually that's going to need another tank. We're going to need pumps where they're going to need more space. And the other thing is security. Is we got to make sure, and a new system that, that's in the water master plan. But security wise, we got to make sure that nobody has access to that. That is our water, and we want to make sure it's secure moving forward and moving in that direction.
Any more questions? So in overall, the total CIPs that were just presented is 5,142,700. General fund is 4.3, impact fee is 150, grant funding 400,000, and other funding sources 250,000. I gave a comparison for last year. Last year's CIPs were 8.1 million. General fund was 2 million, and other grant funding was 6 million. The difference is less $3 million for this upcoming fiscal year. Going into our business type activities, which mean our water, our wastewater, our sanitation, and our recycling plant. First is water. And a lot of these items were kind of toggled off of our water master plan as well. The first one is getting 2 mid-size work trucks. And again, going back to our discussion with enterprise in regards to enterprise, this is going to be taken into consideration as well moving forward. But they need 1 replacement truck and another truck for the customer service rep that was funded for this fiscal year, but we held off for the truck or vehicle for the following fiscal year. The vehicle that it is replacing is vehicle 21, which is at 280,000 miles. The next item on this is the rate study. This is a divisional split, meaning that it is split throughout the whole business type activities. It is $20,000, and we have extended the life of our current rate study. So usually it is every 5 years. So we need to redo that one. The next one is design the Orange Grove a water line replacement at $60,000. This is phase 1, design only, to relocate water main, water meters, and hydrants. The next one is a hydrovac. Currently, the wastewater has one of the large vacs, but water does need one. The water breaks, potholing, and digging. This equipment would streamline the process of the water meter replacement and water line breaks. A new water meter program. I had touched on this just a little bit during our break in regards to the leakage for the water revenue, and trying to get us in a position where our enterprises are sustainable on the revenue side, to balance out with the operations of our needs. And so that is what we need to move forward in doing. And me and my staff, as well as Public Works staff, are working to try to get a better handle on this and making sure that there's no leakage, and trying to make sure that we're getting the revenue and capturing the revenue that we're needing. The next one is Somerton Heights Phase 5. This is CDBG SSP funding. This grant has not opened yet, but will open probably in October. This is a competitive grant that we have submitted in the past. It's for our phasing of the replacement of the wastewater and water lines for Somerton Heights. The next one is the Somerton Heights Phase 4 HUD apportionments. This is the one that I was speaking of as far as the apportionments getting allocated to a project that we already started, and we were trying to get reimbursement, was not allowed. So we're trying to move this over to a project that we do have shovel-ready items for, so that we can utilize it and do a phase of Somerton Heights. The next one is a block fence. This one, Louis touched on it just a bit about the security. This is for our water treatment facility area and enclose the tank areas. And then the divisional split of the design of the Public Works facility, we had discussed that. And then the water, design the water treatment plant expansion. This was one of the items that was on our water master plan. So it is phase 1, designing the well, the boosters, the water plant, the backwash tank, and then and revitalizing storage tank number 4, or I guess designing storage tank number 4. Any questions on any of those items? The next one is wastewater. There's a few projects. Again, our wastewater plant is over 20 years old, and some of the parts are being antiquated, and trying to update our facility and updating our equipment. So we want to make sure that we move forward with that. The first one is Headworks Mechanical Fine Screen. This purchase is for new Headwork Mechanicals. It includes installation. The old screen is almost 20 years old and has been rebuilt twice. Parts are no longer being supported. We had already touched on the rate study. New wastewater odor control unit with components for design, including with the influent channel. This was an item that was on this fiscal year. We moved forward to try to get an engineer to review it. Due to turnover, it kind of got held up a little bit, but we are back on track with this, but it has to move over to fiscal year 27. Design mixing system for treatment basins. Current system is not mixing the basin sufficiently, creates risk short circuiting. Budget for mixing evaluation. So this is an evaluation. Possible dye testing, creating to improve efficiency, trying to get an idea of how much it's going to cost to maintain it and to keep it updated. And then the next one is replacement of a work truck, 289. This is a 2006 Dodge Ram, which is 20 years old. It's over 200,000 miles, and it burns oil. So they're recommending a replacement for this vehicle. Any questions on those? Okay, I'm still in wastewater. Wastewater master plan update. Wastewater master plan update. It's because the last one was approved 2019. It's recommended every 5 years. So we're a little over that term due to turnover. So we're going to go ahead and place that back on our CIP list. The design for the facility is divisionally split. We already talked about that one. And then the next one is a design new sewer main replacement for the clay line, Somerton Alley between Spring and Jacobs. Inspection indicated that the root intrusion was there and needed to be designed and reevaluated. Any questions on any of the wastewater items? Next one is sanitation. Sanitation always puts in trash containers just to replace the old ones and then to keep up with the growth of Somerton. So this is our annual purchase for $40,000. And then the two items below are the divisionally split items that we have already talked about. Streets. Streets requested a replacement of a dump truck. When talking with the public works director as well as the street supervisor and administration, it was determined that it was more efficient and more feasibly able to get with one 2,500 work truck and a dump trailer. This way that work truck can serve as both a work truck just in general as well as the dump truck. So that was the recommendation. Pavement preservation in inner city. This is areas of the city of Somerton to work on pavement preservation. This is an annual item. It was directed by finance as well as administration to do an amount of like area and then budget as accordingly. So the amount of area is always the same. It's just the budget's going to go a little up and down depending on prices of that year. And we do work with co-oping off of agreements that the county may have or the city or the state may have so that we can get a better price. We've talked about the public facility again. And then the next one is the lift truck. Needs a replacement to the existing lift truck. It's old and unsafe. It has 523 miles on it, and it's from 1984. Main Street redevelopment. Again, this is the phase one. This was also on our CIP from last year, but as I had stated earlier when we were talking about funding, that this money will not be available until closer to first quarter of fiscal year 27. So therefore, it has to be rolled over. And then the Yuma County traffic light upgrades. This is to move towards MioVision, correct?
Yeah,
MioVision for Toro and Main Street, Cesar Chavez and Main Street, induction of loops for Bingham and Main Street. All of these are conditions of poor items and facilities that has been evaluated by Yuma County that helps us out. So this is to move forward with that to be upgraded and to make sure that we're maintaining O&M for them.
Yes. Real quick. I just want to point out something with the MioVision. Rosano's working with Yuma County and also the city of San Luis to try to do it like a South County consortium so that all the systems will be on MioVision. They'll provide efficiency for traffic flow, provide emergency vehicle so that at least in Somerton, if most of the time they're going down Main Street. So if we get all this, they'll be able to have a better flow, get to calls quicker, but also coordinates whole South County with a good transportation flow. So that's one of the things we're looking at and evaluating each of the intersections.
Any questions on streets? Recycling plant does not have any CIPs for this fiscal year. Overall, the CIPs for our business type activities is 5,576,000. General fund is 3,886,000. Impact fees 250,000. Grant funding 1,885,000. Last year was 6.4 with general funding at 2.1 and grant funding at 4.3. Any questions overall on all these CIPs? The next one is additional funded positions. Again, you will see in the next month that finance along with HR will bring back the pay scale. Pay scale is a guideline for us in regards to how we basically, I guess, adjust our pay scale, our pay for the staff. It's a guideline that will show you comparisons with the outlining municipalities so that you can see where we need.
Can you make it fit?
Issues.
I mean, there's some information cut off on the. Just bothering me.
It's okay. So when we bring that pay scale, that doesn't mean that all those positions are funded. It's just showing us, how we're growing, how we're building divisions, how we're allocating our salaries. This is where funded positions get budgeted. It's usually additional positions for the most part, but there are some times where, it's a new position. So these are the additional and new positions that are being funded for this year. It's an additional 5 patrol officers for the police department. Public Parks and Facilities Assistant Manager. This is a 3-month hire due to the fact that our current manager is due to retire the beginning of next fiscal year. He had already indicated that to us, and so we are starting the process of making sure that somebody comes on board prior to him going out so that we have no loss in service or have any issues with making sure that we have a supervisor for facilities and parks. The next position is Facilities Maintenance Tech. This is a weekend part-time position. A Facilities Maintenance Tech Senior Center, weekends, part-time position. I believe that's a weekday, part-day position. Both of those positions are part-time and they're asking for 2. The next one is a public safeties analyst from IT. This currently is a contracted position through another vendor. We are trying to, again, IT is trying to maintain the security of all of the information that goes out and making sure that they are available because they are on staff, that they can go help when public safety needs help in regards to IT. So this position is being requested. And then the second, and then the last position is to put on an administrative assistant 3 as a new position, simply to reclassify for public works due to the workload of the administrative assistant now.
Is coming in. During budget talks and emails that we were receiving, we did receive a request for the court for clerk 3, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember if it was 2, 3. I don't remember, sorry. But I don't see it on this list. I do remember I responded asking for Louis, I don't know. Was it for, because I didn't see
Clarification, I think we.
clarification on the,
Asking the judge.
yeah, asking the judge for the amount, pay range. Yes, there we go, because it didn't have it. I had some questions on it, but I don't see it on this list. Why is it not on the list if it was already sent to us before?
That would be your question.
So, that was something that, we're trying to clarify. Oh, sorry, trying to clarify because, we, again, it's not two different, departments, but the judge, I wanted her to be able to present, give that information to mayor and council. Budget-wise, we're still trying to identify how that works, because it's always been kind of a separate, but impacts the budget, the general fund. But I think that would be something that the court, the judge, and then the council would give us direction on.
I would think for budget, it would be to be included because we're looking at the whole thing. So it's yeah, and I had this conversation with Shona at least here to the side and on our break, but at least for me, it's always been when it comes to additional positions or salaries, my priority has always been those areas that we've been losing people. And for me, if the recommended ones should come from administration, at least I don't like to get involved with personnel. You know your budget, you know your operations, and you get council members involved, that's when it becomes, discombobulated. So at least for me, that would be my preference. You guys are in charge of presenting a balanced budget. Court is part of the general fund, so it's something that I think needs to be discussed. And yeah, and of course, some stuff, if it needs to be brought up, if they, for the courts for approval, well, of course we need to approve everything, but at least for me, it's, I put a lot of trust in administration. When you get council members involved, that's when it just.
Yeah, we don't know. I agree. I mean, we don't know the day, as in detail the day-to-day operation or those nitty-gritty details that have play a critical role in those positions. So
I guess at least for administration, I think a good thing, and I'll work with the judges, actually sitting down with mayor and council and the judge, and to really get a better understanding of how that works. I'm going by past history and how some of the processes were done, but I'm we can definitely work together so that the judge and I have a good understanding of how the process would work and how you feel that direction would be. Just because it's always been considered too separate in the sense of some of the things that are included for the court on the operations side. But that would be something that I'll make sure we set up and get a little bit more clarification.
Yeah, and we go through this, every year with new positions, and HR is here. We've been here for a year or more, and thinking about Councilmember Villalpando, he always asks for a time study. So we need to have, some sort of way to, when we're requesting some sort of a standardized documentation that justifies the need for additional positions, because many times, like I said, get council members involved, and we're a small community, we talk, and sometimes there's preference for certain departments or others. So at least for me, I'm more like a standardized way of analyzing positions, and then administration looks at it and they prioritize, and then they present to council.
Mayor, if I may, I just mentioned it before, that administration is working, no? Administration is working with HR on creating that criteria that you're talking about, so we can make it for all the departments citywide. It is a program, it is a process that we have implemented last year. We started working with all the directors. Now it's a better understanding. There's a more familiarity of what the requirements are. As you mentioned, time study is one of the important components of this criteria. We need to be able to provide counsel every time we present a list of potential requests for new positions. We need to ensure that we provide you with all the information that you need, that we ensure that those positions are fully reviewed and they meet the criteria that we have created. So we're working with HR, we're working with all the departments just to, we all know what we are going to be requiring. One of the other things is that we work the previous year for next year's request. That means that we have the directors working the entire year on putting together that list and the justification, so we can review it prior to Chona presenting the future years budgets with all the information. We don't want to present council with a whole list of positions that are not being properly reviewed. We want to ensure that those positions that are presented to you every year are going to be properly reviewed. And for the most part, for the past 2 years, I think all the directors have been submitting that information. Obviously, we cannot, even though if we receive all the proper justification, that we receive all the information from the directors, we're not going to be able to present to council the entire list just for because of funding. There's not enough funding for all the positions. So we also, that's another portion that we want to ensure that we are balancing with all the departments. That is not always the same department getting the new request, but there's some more balance throughout the departments. Obviously, priorities take a big component of that. Public safety for both police and fire are the priority right now as directed by council. So we look into those departments to ensure that they're moving into what they need to perform their daily operations. And after public safety, the rest of the departments, public works is another priority, just because enterprise, they provide the basic services for all the residents. If the priority ever changes and we receive the different direction from council, that's how we're going to adjust our list of priorities and our criteria.
I guess I'm not understanding the comment that Mayor made about I guess the comment that I made. The email, I guess we all received the email from the judge about the position that she was requesting. And that's why I made the comment, because I didn't.
And
I
that's
didn't-
why I said that it should have been included with this as part of this, because we're looking at budget, so.
Yeah, because of that position. That's why I made that comment.
Yeah, but in the past, we've gotten council involved too much with personnel. And as far as this and that, so that's why, at least my preference would be for administration to discuss it, and then I did mention it, of, if further discussion is to be had, we can have it, but at least as far as budget, so you prioritize what the operations, and I understand the court is at a different, yeah, but if discussions, if the judge is not satisfied with then she can come and we can discuss it as council, because it's different, but as far as the other departments, they're under Louis, and he's gonna be accountable for those performances, not the court, but the other departments.
I'll make a comment, but I still feel that even though, yes, the court is separate because the judge answers to council, it's still part of the budget. And so why is it not included in here? And she's here. So if we had questions for the judge on her facility, then, or her budget, then of course, she would answer, not you, right? But why was it not uniformly included and on here so we can look at it in one, not two separate?
So Councilwoman, just to answer your question, I think that was more on me trying to define how the judge and I respond to counsel, because it's always, again, we are both contract employees. I do not supervise the judge. She is directly, so I think that's one thing that I will work on, make sure we correct and get that aligned. I was, when we had questions about the court, I've been asking mayor and council to talk directly to the judge and then provide some direction. So we'll make sure that we get that straightened out.
So she'll be giving a report on her budget.
Any more questions? So this is the end of the CIP and the general and enterprise budget review. It's 30 minutes. I can try to go really quick through human resources and IT and maybe community development. Is that all right? So human resource budget, HR is now fully staffed, up to a sense of what they're fully staffed. So they are, the three personnels are included in her budget. She also has a software that she has implemented and put together as a human resource application process. We are now part of NeoGov, which has been wonderful. It's more efficient, and it gives us a better pool of people because it has qualifications that they have to go through. So her budget came up 51% due to the pack of operations as well as the NeoGov. Also, some of the wellness programs that she has been implementing take a little bit more expenses. But other than that, for the most part, it is operations.
I know that Sean, so these conferences, do you go by yourself or do you send your staff?
The council member, for training purposes and the new conferences.
For training purposes, if it falls, my department, there's three of us. If it has to do with ADP, one staff member will go. If it has to do with NeoGov, I will send the other person that does recruitments. And if it has to do with laws and anything, then I will go, but we go individually.
Any more questions? The next one is IT. Again, she is fully staffed to a sense in regards, she's asking for one more in regards to public safety, which is included within that budget. Overall, software, she's included her CIPs that we just went over, so that's the gist of her increase. And the Adobe software has gone up. Or actually, all of her software has gone up.
How much are we currently paying for the position that wants to be replaced for the public safety? How much are we currently paying for the consultant? Yeah.
I don't have that information.
We
You
average,
have it?
Mayor, we average about
10 to 15, yeah.
A year?
Correct.
So that's probably the information I think that council would want to know before accepting a full-time position, more of an in-depth analysis of how much we're charging and how much we're gonna pay and the justification behind that. But that's whenever it's discussed internally and decisions are made, then that's probably the information that I would like to see.
And the justification as far as the funding, yes, it is 15. The other aspect of that is she is not readily available. She does have a full-time job.
So I would like to see data when she wasn't readily available, not just, so it's trust but verify. Instances whenever they were called and they weren't available, how many times was it? One, was it? So that's the type of information. Because yeah, taking the liability as far as put 20,000 and a full-time employee, that's probably.
The next one, I am going to pull up a presentation. And I'm gonna ask the development director to go ahead and. I was like, "What the mic?" No, you're doing, I'm doing your budget after.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. So this is a very brief presentation on the department's accomplishments for this current fiscal year and our goals for the upcoming fiscal year. So I like to think that the biggest accomplishment of the department is making all these projects that are coming to the city go as smoothly and as effectively as possible. We're going perhaps the largest commercial construction boom in the city's history. What you see in front of you is just about the most current pictures available for Chevron, McDonald's, and Circle K. These projects represent several millions of dollars in investment into the city. There's a lot of communication, coordination, and customer service that needs to be provided to the contractors, the owners, and the investors of these projects. So my department has been on top of anything that comes up throughout these entire projects' lives, from concept and now into construction. So that's, I'd like to say, a very big accomplishment for us. There's more than you see on the pictures, but you'll see more to come. And then pending accomplishments are the getting our staff certified, 2 of our staff members in unmanned aerial pilot, so drone pilots. We're also updating the infrastructure improvement plan and development fees. We're deep into that process, and we're hoping to bring a presentation to you so that you can see the new draft for impact fees in the month of March or perhaps early April. And also, we're also doing the 5-year strategic plan. It's been titled Imagine Somerton 2032 because it'll be the strategic plan for the city from the years 2027 through 2032. And there will be they're calling it the Somerton Think Tank. There'll be sets of public meetings and which you will be receiving invitations to participate in the think tank if you haven't done so already. The consultant's coming down from Minnesota to host that. And then for the upcoming fiscal year, the goals remain to build on our momentum, keep steering this boom, this commercial and housing boom moving forward. I think we have a very good opportunity right now to harness this raw growth that is coming. But if we don't do so, it'll be a lost opportunity. So we want to capture as many of these opportunities as possible and make them happen. What you see here, what you're looking at there is about 500 homes, 500 combined single family homes and apartment units once it's all fully built. So that's 3.5 members per household. You're looking at housing there in that picture alone for about, 3.5 times 500, almost 2,000 residents, if not more, that are taxpayers and property owners and money spenders in the community. A large goal also remains to advance on the near-term annexation that was presented to you. The blue areas there constitute the near-term annexation goals. We've been talking to the landowners in just about all these areas, and we had a very good productive meeting with the state 2 months ago on how we can advance that one, because that's the bulk of it up there on the Mesa, the Somerton Airport. And in the next year, the goal is to really finalize this. And I think that's my last slide. I just want to show this picture to you. I think it's a nice little way to end this. In a couple of years, that picture is going to be fully built in with McDonald's and the hotel and everything else to come. And thank you for your support and for your decisions to keep everything moving forward. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
So I'm going to move forward with the community development budget. Sol had highlighted a few of his items and then his CIP items. There's not really too much items that have been detrimentally increased other than his CIPs. Again, let me put this a little smaller for mayor and vice mayor. There you go. So it's a 30% increase overall from last year's budget.
And what are the issues with the current cubicles?
There's missing parts. The desks are falling off. They were actually, I believe we got them from another auction.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
If I may, Mayor, these are 20-year-old furniture cubicles that we purchased before we moved to this facility. We purchased used from another municipality that they were no longer using it. So those pieces of equipment have their lifespan ended, and therefore going back to the replacement plan, being proactive, making sure that we are looking into replacing those as their lifespan are ending. This is the reason why last year, or this fiscal year, that rather the bottom portion of the finance department was replaced, the bottom floor, and now we're looking to replace the second floor.
So it's something that's going to be done every year with the cubicles, or?
No.
We're done. This year, the second year, this is the second year, the second floor, and we're done for the time being. We're gonna put it on the replacement plan, talking to facilities. So when the time comes, we are gonna start planning to replace those again, almost as
So we're
Is any
completed as
facilities
far
ready?
as cubicles, but now as you've seen the design for enclosing the break room, we're trying to make a plan to keep on top of all of our facilities. Any questions? The next one would be economic development. You can stand there if you want to. Yeah.
You can come up here if you want. Sure.
They don't give me an opportunity to step away.
You can sit down, so.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to present to you my economic development presentation on what we have done and what we are asking for. First and foremost, I received my AAED certification. Not only did that certify me, but it also gave me exposure to other cities in greater Phoenix and other areas in Arizona, what they're doing, their strategies, and how they have their department set up. I want to emphasize that when I came on, the Economic Development Department was structured but at a limited range. Going forward, I have implemented different pillars of what our priorities are. I've actually presented this during our recent business mixture so I can express to the city what I actually do, what I do for them, what are my limitations, and what my department focuses on, which is not just small business. It's a wide range of things. This is important because I still need a little bit more exposure and leeway to put myself out there in Phoenix, not only for networking, but to learn how other departments and their strategies going forward. I also plan to put my department into IECD and recognize our department as a standard for economic development where we get recognized. This is important because ACA, which is the Arizona Commerce Authority, once they put us as a department that's ready for development, they feel comfortable pitching our land, our department, in terms of professionals to big industries that are looking to come to Arizona. I also want to add that we recently had a conversation with the Canadian site seeker and tourism person, and he recently stated that a lot of Canadian companies are looking into rural communities who are ready to bring their industry to Arizona. Also, I want to add, my presentation will follow these pillars since that is primarily my job. I'll go over them really quickly. Business attraction is a main pillar, which is your priority, and these are based on your priorities. Business attraction, that's when I go out to ICSC and all those other places and spend most of my time reaching to retails to get businesses here. Retention and expansion, that is when we're trying to keep local businesses here and help them grow. Downtown redevelopment is to make our downtown lively and vibrant. Infrastructure and connectivity is, do we have things in place that if I bring an industry or I can get an industry interested, are we ready to host them here? And lastly, under my department, we have marketing or communications. This helps us tell the Somerton story. Under business attraction and investment, we do a lot of different things. I have a partnership with Fuerza Local, where we have gotten to businesses funding to get more education. We have worked with partners to bring AWC here. I work with SBDC to help bring resources to the city. I also to pitch the city and tell our story that we're growing, which is most important for me at the moment. We have secured a hotel in our parcel down in Parkview. This is an old picture of us at ICC, but that was the only current one I have. We have also, with La Cabaña, helped them expand their business. As you recall, they bought a parcel down from us on the west side of town, 851 West Main Street. And we also, La Cachanilla, El Taco Cachanilla, excuse me, they also expanded their business. They grew. We held a close partnership with them. We didn't help them with anything specific in terms of funding or anything, but we did have we rebuilt our relationship with them. They expanded and we hosted a very successful ribbon cutting there. Lastly, I continue to promote all the parcels available, but not just our parcels, anything available second gen for anybody interested. So I did add on our main street, although patio lights do not seem significant in any way, they do add ambiance to our downtown. At the moment, we don't have much that attracts tourism to our city other than our events. Having a lively downtown is essential because it does want to bring people here. It has been proven in studies that before, for example, a restaurant does anything to their menu or their building, they suggest to always do the ambiance lighting. Lighting does change the perception and it does welcome people to our community. In the future, I did suggest to put a downtown phase 2 where we can start designing how we would, let me read that. Funding request for phase 2 design of downtown redevelopment. As you know, we already have funding for phase 1. Once design is complete, we can pursue construction funding opportunities. Lastly, under connectivity, I do have a relationship with the Mellon brothers who told me they're willing to have conversations with anybody who is interested in 300 of their acres. This is on our east side of town. This is a large parcels that take up a lot of our city boundaries. And if we can determine what can go there with professional advising or consulting through a strategic plan, I think that we can move forward with that area and start being proactive in how we grow our city. Of course, we want to build a nice city and we want to grow smart. Any questions so far?
No, I have a question, Jasmine.
Yeah, sure.
You said consulting from the east side of town. You know, I think we would be open for anything, right? Or does it have, or yeah. You know, were you thinking for something more specifically?
Right. So to determine what can go there and what would be strategically smart, that is why I put in for a strategic planning or economic development strategic plan. They will assess all of our needs and our demands, and they will tell us what would be most ideal there. It would be smart planning. Cities grow fast if there's housing, but of course we don't just want to be housing. We want to think smart. We want to expand our horizons. Down on the east side, we do have conversations about our corridor being built between the second part of entry that will come down to Avenue D, which is right in that facility area. This is also zoned as our light industrial. The only thing missing there is our infrastructure and sewer. So if we can get those items in place and we visually know what we need there, what can go there, that would help us narrow down who we pitch to, what conferences I go to, do I need to go to a semiconductor conference? Do I go to just a retail conference? How am I telling the story now? And it really helps us narrow down our efforts to make a grander economic profile for Somerton.
How do you plan on building relationships with 300+ acre owners?
Yeah, it's only one owner. It's
Okay.
the Mellon brothers. I already have an open relationship with them. I have it in writing that they're open for me to showcase their parcels. Obviously, they are business people and they are going to decide for themselves what they want to sell it to. However, this is an opportunity for the city to have smart planning, and I can pitch to the correct industry to see if they want to go there, and then connect the two parties together so that they can do their own negotiations. This would ultimately just make the city less reactive, if I can say. Because of course they can go out and get their own developers and their own real estate agents, and they can build whatever they want. But if we're involved and we have a little say and we can have conversations with them, say, hey, we would like this, what do you guys think of this? And a partnership, we can develop that area nicely, and that coincides with the whole general plan.
And I'm assuming that strategic planning would align with their city's, let's say, comprehensive needs assessment, right?
Correct. So at the moment, Saul is working on the correct me, it's a strategic plan. It's a 5-year strategic plan, but that involves all departments. Economic development would only involve my department. And it would be mainly on our potential and what we can attract. Also, this puts a checklist, I would say, in lack of better words, for what staff need to be doing. It keeps us in line of what our priorities are, and really grow out faster.
Walmart.
Yes.
And that's why it's important that sewer line coming from Orange Grove, as far as the capacity and opening development in that area. That's what I had mentioned earlier. That to me, that's a priority because we have the opportunity to partner with the county and open that for, because that's been the main issue right there. It's a sewer, but that's going to be another. We have water, so hopefully we can get it done. And we have 3 departments that need to start working on it, or we'll keep working on it. Redevelopment and public works.
That is correct, Mayor. Ultimately, my job is to, in lack of better words, sell the city, but it doesn't matter how good of a salesperson I am or how well I'm telling the story if we don't have the infrastructure in place and the land readiness for it. We do have Parkview. Retail is great for right now to increase our tax revenue. However, we want to also expand ourselves from just being a bedroom community. We want to bring industry, we want to create jobs, we want to workforce development, we want our students to stay here, our talent to stay here. This is a long range plan. I'm not saying this would happen in the next decade, but the conversations start here, and smart planning would start with economic development strategic plan. Like I mentioned earlier, one of the comments I get is that we're not meeting the population and the trade area requirements. And I can bring all that as long as we're ready, as long as we're ready with our infrastructure and partnerships. Any other questions I can answer? Ms. Delgadillo, I want to make a correction. I said consultant, but I meant an economic strategic plan, which involves some consulting of what would be ideal in these areas that we have available and partnerships.
I remember what the east side of the city would look like.
It was possibly not through my tendency. I can reach back out to a lot of what Hector Tapia had. I do want to emphasize that Hector Tapia was an incredible economic development director, but his strengths were planning. Economic development departments can have that area in their departments, but that's mostly why Saul is here, so he can do the planning. He's essentially, I like to say, my cop. I come up with ideas. I try to sell the city as much as I can. And so then comes in and tells me, no, that's not correct zoning, but this is what we can do to rezone, or this is what we can do to make it happen. And they do the general plan along with admin and council as well. And it's just my job to tell you guys what we need, what are the ideas, and I go out and pitch it to those to make that, to develop our economic profile. Lastly, I do want to talk about our marketing and forward vision. Under economic development, we established a communications department. Well, I should call it a subdivision. It is under me. It is a new tactic to have marketing or communications under economic development. Traditionally, it is under administration. However, I think it's important and vital that we're telling our story right now about how great Somerton is, considering that we do have homes coming in and we want those homes to sell out fast. So under communications, we do highlight all of mayor and council's efforts. We participate in Leagues of City, which highlights our city. I do public relations and trying to put our city out there more with political figures such as Senator Gallego and Senator Mark Kelly. And of course, as you know, Governor Hobbs came down to the Tamale Fest. It really is us telling a story of how great we are, how great we're becoming, um, how we're defying what was set for us to be just a small town. We're actually growing, we're making strategic, we're growing smart. And the communications team is really going to help us tell that story more. Any questions so far?
How we are the best little city in Arizona. You forgot that one.
Yes, I am telling that story. And I always like to say this, in an era of place your AI, it's more crucial now than ever that every agency, every business, big or small, Apple, us, anybody, that we are telling the story of who we are, because place your AI can replace all the words and give us all the correct words. But there's nothing like storytelling at this point in our lives right now.
Mayor and Council, if we want to stay on time,
Yeah.
if we can go into the budget.
Yeah, that was it.
I know.
What time is lunch?
Right now.
Just skip it and keep
Give
going.
me I'm gonna speed through here. With that, Jasmine, this is Economic Development's budget. She's highlighted some items that were essential. A lot of it is as far as education and training and where she'll be going. Those were the major changes in her budget as far as travel and training. Dues and subscriptions to be involved in with the associations. And then of course her CIP that she will be handling. So her budget. Ooh, sorry about that. Her budget is a 44% increase. Most of it is, as you can tell, half of it is her capital outlay, which is our CIP items. Any questions? At this time, we have on the schedule for lunch.
Yeah.
The logo, yeah, it looks nice.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, whenever you're ready, we're good.
Oh, the classes.
But yeah, thank you. We were gonna do it in color, but I'm like, because we have shirts like the regular shirts in color, and I'm like, you know what, the blazers, I want them like just more formal. So all the girls got their blazer. You ready? Okay. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Councilwoman Delgadillo and Gonzalez. So my quick presentation here on our achievements and advocating for progress. It's quick. And we just did a tour, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on that. But I just want to highlight again, staff continuing to work well in the court with our strong financial management, proper use of our resources throughout the fiscal year. I reviewed an audit. This was prior to me being a judge at the courthouse, but their audit was successful, no findings, and it's been like that throughout for quite some time now. And again, that just reflects that we're committed and we're responsible to you know, with the money that is given to us, with our budget, with our any resource that we have, we use it appropriately, we use it efficiently, responsibly, and of course that reflects on our staff, on how well they work, and the public trust is there with the way we use our funds. Community engagement, this is the one that I'm kind of working on a little bit more. We all were here for when we presented the nice little recognition for the student at Somerton High School with the creating of the official seal of our courthouse. We hadn't had a seal ever in the history of the courthouse, so I think that was a big accomplishment for us. And in involving our youth, I think that was also a great idea. We want to keep our youth involved with our city and with our government, so I think that was a great way to reach out to them. There's more plan. When we were talking about the whole teen court idea, you know, my brain started going crazy. There's a lot of things that we can implement through our court with the Somerton High School. So those are things to come down the line. And then, and speaking of the high schools, when I worked at Yuma High School, I was a judge at the it's called Skills USA. It's a statewide and it goes nationwide as well. Different types of careers that they have at the high schools. In this case, it was for public and law and public safety. Somerton High School now has a law and public safety instructor, and this was their first year participating in the forensic crime scene investigation competition. So I was one of the judges. Again, I judge like the paperwork and how they process evidence, things like that. So I was able to participate in that. So we're keeping the court involved in those types of things. So we're going to keep doing that for next year. And I've also asked other judges from South County to participate just to keep South County on the map. So that's how we're going to keep our community involvement. And then the seal, of course, you saw my blazer. It's really nice. Again, our court staff continues another achievement, or they continue to exhibit high levels of professionalism, dedication. They go above and beyond with anybody that walks in there. If they need help, if they need resources, our staff is very well versed on what and how to help. Or if we can't help them at our courthouse, we know where to direct them to, where they can find the help that they need, whether it be processing certain paperwork. We've recently restarted the marriage licenses, so we've been doing a few weddings at our courthouse. Wow. So if you want to get married, come on down. I have a traveling robe in my work car. That's true. I do weddings on the weekends as well. So, yeah, that was a joke yesterday. So yeah, so we've added that now to back into our court operations. Again, smooth court operations, and we're, you know, our staff continues to be very respectful of anybody that walks into that courtroom, whether it be a defendant, whether it be a victim, anybody from the public. So we continue to exhibit that professionalism. I obviously, as you all know, we're advocating for that courthouse. A lot of you, I think all of you except me, I think one of the one council member was not present, but pretty much everybody went to our facility to do the tour. And we all know that, you know, we need that adequate space. The current courthouse is not conducive for what we're doing. I mean, we're making it work, but we shouldn't be making it work. It should just work and flow. But again, we've already done that. We've already seen the courthouse, and hopefully we're able to get that funding one day. I know it's not going to be this year or next year, but you know, just keep us in mind. We do need that place to make our process smoother. People can feel more comfortable when walking into the courtroom. We have that space, that adequate space, and the safe space as well. Obviously, you see those pictures. Those are just a couple of pictures that we have of the roof. And then you saw the other areas that are in need and they're deficient, you know, proper jury room, proper any offices to meet with victims, or defendants meeting with their clients or their attorneys, just things like that. So we do need to keep up with the times. I see all the development going on in the city, and we're kind of falling behind. So hopefully, you know, we'll get there one day. But I do appreciate being on that CIP for the consulting firm to come and look at it. Hopefully it gets approved, but I do appreciate that. Just really quick, and I know just to answer that question, the clerk 3, it wasn't in the budget or in the plan because I did submit it late. I'm new at this. I'm trying to learn here as we go, but it was submitted late on my part, and that's why I'm assuming it wasn't placed in there. But I know we have it ready for the next fiscal year. If we're able to put it in for this fiscal year, great. If you know that, I'd love that. But we do have a ready to go job description. We don't have. I don't think we have a range yet because we're not there yet. Like where to put them on the pay scale. But that was the reason why it was not in the presentation that Chona gave earlier. But that's my presentation. I mean, again, our staff continues to work great. Everything's smooth. Our audits are great. Professionalism at its best, in my opinion. I mean, those ladies are definitely doing what they're, you know, doing great job. They're helping me so much as a new judge. We have great staff, and hopefully we can get that new courthouse. But that's my presentation. Any questions on my?
The new position, is it already on the list of, or it's a new, it would be a new?
It's
a new
new.
addition to the pay
It would be new.
Okay.
Mhm. Anything else? Yes.
Was late, but what does that mean?
I don't know. If there was a deadline, and that would be
answer
my,
that.
yeah, that would be my.
I can answer that. I have to abide by timelines, due to the fact to have everything together and ready for you all at a work session. So, I do put in timelines. And again, Judge didn't indicate, you know, she's new at this, didn't get the email in time and, you know, fell back on the submittal. Everything was submitted, as far as to administration, but again, the timelines just weren't met.
But it was submitted. That was my question at the
Correct.
beginning, because it was submitted, it was sent in an email to us.
Correct.
Well, it was in our CIP. That's what I thought I needed to do. Just put it in the CIP, and that was it. And then I didn't add like the pay, I guess, on the personnel budget.
So the process is if you're asking for a new position on the pay scale, it does not have a job description, does not have the salary comparisons. So they need to work with HR in order to do that. So then we give them a timeline to do that, as far as make sure you work with HR. These were discussions that were happening back in December. So keep on reminding them at directors meetings to say, hey, you know, budget is coming up. Make sure you guys make sure you guys make your appointment to HR. And that's, we put the responsibility on the directors for doing that. If they don't abide by those timelines, then it is, unless council directs otherwise, it is for the next year. And it's not only courts that had this indication of not getting on the additional items. So.
But is it late? I mean, is it really late?
It was.
I mean, we're in February. I mean, can we add it or not?
If that's the direction.
Oh, okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that presentation, the next budget up is the courts. Woo, little small there. It's all right, I got it, Carmen. With the court's budget, the judge also presented to HR salaries, some salary adjustments according to her evaluations with other municipalities. So it'll be indicated in that salary jump. There is her CIPs, and I believe that's the building repair and maintenance we had just talked about. She did add a little additional in regards to just keeping it safe for her and her staff, as well as just making sure that all the, that she has just the day-to-days taken care of as far as safety issues. Computers are another item that's a little higher than last year. Court utilities, they've increased as far as inflation and as well as professional services. And then of course the CIP. Overall, there's only a 13% increase. Any questions? Eric, oh, go ahead.
We have to pay for services and their upkeep and anything that would go through the AOC, like our database, our legal database goes through them. So we would need, and we asked for that separate computer because of Cassell.
So we have to get another separate city computer because AOC won't allow us to put our software on their computer.
That's why I was at, there's a big jump in the computer area.
And this has been an issue for a couple of years now that the court staff has been asking for it. It just never got on the budget, not due to any reason or rhyme or reason, but judge went ahead and put it on her budget.
Did you ever contemplate putting a computer in the lobby? Remember when had access for community or documents?
Yes, and I think that's part of the budget, if I'm not mistaken, because when we did ask, we talked to IT department, it was just very, very expensive, and we just needed like a basic. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I think we have like an extra computer we might be able to use. I can't remember exactly, but I know.
Yamali had stated that the computer that they have now that's a little older, that they are gonna let that for public use,
Right.
and then they're purchasing a new computer.
Right, because it was just too pricey for what we really wanted it for. We just want the public to click on whatever they need to click on, and it was about Dell support. And I get it, like when you buy computers through a certain city or government, you have to have certain things in place to maintain, and we weren't looking for that. It was just too expensive for us, but we did have that extra computer that we're working, I think, with Christian is gonna help us with the whole internet and all that good stuff. Yeah.
And that's another plan that we're working on as far as our computer replacement plans for all departments and directors, so that when we have situations like that, some of them that are not as old and we're recycling through them, that we don't put them on our auction and maybe utilize them for items like that. Correct.
And where are you gonna fit the workstation?
Another thing, that's something that's what we're trying to work with Christian. That laptop there, do we need to bolt it down somewhere, or so we're looking at all the logistics. Again, our lobby is not.
That's where the item above comes into place with the 18,000. Any more questions? Okay. The next presentation is PD.
Thank you, Chona. Good morning, Mayor and Council. A few things, I'm gonna go through this as best as I can. This year, we onboarded about 7 police cadets. We lost 4 of them in the transition of, they decided different career changes, so we lost 4, and the 3 that you see in the photo are the ones that recently graduate. We expanded for automated services. The screen shot that you see to the right bottom of the screen is the rave that we're working with the school district. We're able to activate it. It's a system that can be activated through a phone from any of the schools, a high school, any other elementary schools, to notify police, and a mass notification to alert us that there's an emergency at one of the campuses. I threw in a little bit of data from the police department of the calls that we've had, and the fire department. I threw a little bit of the fire department as well, because I wanted to show the calls for service that are coming into the dispatch center. And I'm not gonna go through them, you have them right in front of you, but I do wanna go through the bottom part. In a 2-week period, recently, we had about 687 calls overall. Some of them were for PD, 586, and then 101 from the fire department. The chief might have a little bit slight different numbers on his presentation if he does have something, and that is gonna be due to whatever other activities they may have other than the dispatch numbers.
Are we still answering calls for San Luis or?
911s? No, sir, we're not. They were able to get their system, and the only thing we do with them is just mutual aid, fire and police. These are some of the things that we were able to accomplish this year. We increased community-oriented policing through special events. We had to cut down, Mayor, on some of the special events that we have, but we really wanted to continue to have the ones that you see on the screen. And some of them are the Police Explore program, the connection that we have with the PepTech, and the Somerton School District is your bottom picture, working with the guards, and working, of course, for the entire district for safety operations. And that includes either evacuation drills, active shooter drills, and a little bit of everything. We did hire a second animal control officer that started this past week. We continue to have the Explore program, like I said, the school safety, the annual drive, the blood drive, constant recruiting. You'll see some of the photos where we're at, either at the AWC or at the high school.
Why only PepTech? Now we have a high school, the historically, that was a high school.
I'm sorry?
The PepTech 10-week program. Do they reimburse the police department, or can that be open to the Somerton High School? They were talking about Skills USA, that they have a criminal
Yes.
justice program.
So when we had our SROs there, we were able to have that opportunity to be there more constantly at the high school. We do still have the officers, the SRO officers, visiting every campuses to continue that relationship, that communication.
But the PepTech, the 10-week leadership class program. Yeah, well, what does that entail?
That entails visiting. We were visiting once a month, and that's a 30-minute presentation. We don't want to. That was something that the PepTech reached out to us. They wanted us to have a connection, because a couple of the times that we locked some of the schools, we forgot about the PepTech, and we forgot about the schools that are not in the school district. So we didn't want to forget our high school kids there at the PepTech school. It's not something that we do often, but we do visit at least once a month. We don't get reimbursement for that, Mayor. The radio station is something that we do weekly. At least we try to do it weekly. And we're presenting information to the community about restraints, vehicle restraints, any special event that's coming up with the city. We talk a little bit about the parking. We talk about the services that we have at the police station, fingerprint services, animal control permits, and all that other stuff. We do that free of charge. That's something that they allocate an hour for us, and I think they've also allocated that hour, reached out over to the city to provide that service if there's something that we want to do. The use of technology, we've added some cameras, we've taken down some cameras, but most of the time we've kept some of those cameras to help us with the investigations and the overall security of the city. Zoe, our animal therapy dog, has been it has been a successful program. We received a donation of over $4,000 to get her into training. That was a month-long training that she was gone away into a little boot camp. She came back just recently, and we've done a couple things with her. We've sent her out to student walkouts, the recent walkouts that we've had. We've sent her out on calls where there's been a family death. And we continue to use her. I know she's visited the fire department a couple times, the city of Somerton here a couple times, and we've taken her out to the senior center. She's been very, very well received by committee members. These are some of the other photos that we have of some of the activities that we've had. We continue to utilize Arizona-DEMA border fencing technology that was able to get us the recent consoles that were installed in the dispatch center, the additional body cameras, some shields, the drones, and redaction for body camera as well. The grant, we received the grant from the state for the spay and neuter of the issue of the cats that we've had, that it seems to be getting out of control. We're trying to do our best to control it. We also were part of funding that came in through the Yuma Regional Communication Systems. This was something that they submitted for. They did all the work along with the county, and that impacted us, and where we were able to replace 3 911 consoles in the dispatch center. That went out through the entire county. They replaced other consoles like Yuma Police, San Luis, and some of the other agencies. They also had submitted for some software that connects us with the courthouse and our city more with the courthouse. $2,000 worth on that one. Some of the things that we see hopefully happening here for the police department. Well, before I hit that one, there's another grant that we submitted for $2,250 that impacted 30 children in the community of Somerton. That was a Shop with the Cop that took place at the Walmart in San Luis. Hopefully, some of the things that we see happening here in the future of Somerton is continue the strengthening with the community, enhancing relationships, not only with the administration and city council, but with the public, maximizing technology operations that we have done with the Brave system, some updates of the consoles, prioritizing officer wellness. That's something that I'll be reaching out probably a little bit more with Terry to integrate the therapy dog with the entire community staff. We plan to sustain some of this growth. We've been really analyzing and keeping an eye on the growth of the city to be able to sustain it, prioritizing a lot of the officers that we're asking for in this budget and the staff that we're asking for. And then for animal control, we continue to educate, we continue to reach out. With the addition of the animal control officer, we'll be able to do a little bit more with what we've been doing for the animal control division. I'll take any questions if you have at this time. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gonzalez, with the addition of the three new officers that'll be training for the next 3 months, and that we will have to oversee for probably another 6 months after that, because we have to have supervisors to be able to respond to their questions. That's gonna take us out for another probably 2 years. We're still short-staffed. We're making as best as we can. Our officers are working 12-hour shifts, and they're coming in to cover a lot of the shifts. When somebody calls in sick, somebody takes vacation, so it's still a little bit of a struggle.
And I just wanted to point out that we wanted, because the school district asked us, and we wanted to be very clear with them, so there wasn't any, there was clear expectations of how we could address this, and we don't want to tell them, hey, there's going to be one next year when we can't. So.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. With that, we'll go into the police department budget. There is really not much to highlight as far as changes are concerned. The retirement, PSPRS percentages went slightly above what we had previously. So there's a little change in that calculation. Of course, the CIPs in general were another addition. most of all the CIPs at the 200,000, and then just the operations in general gave it an increase of 41%. Any questions? Down? Mhm. Moving on to animal control. Again, the two officers are now fully staffed as far as what we have funded from last year and from this year. Nothing really other than operation materials that have been increased over the past year. And then as well as the Humane Society MOU that it had increased, that we brought to your attention a few months back in regards to getting it approved. The overall increase is 39% for animal control. Any questions? Up or down? Excuse me? So the Valenzuela Lawn Services is the vendor that cleans up the animal control yard. Tree trimming, everything, keeping it clean. But most of that amount is the MOU for the human. Any more questions? Next up is fire.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. For this last year, not fiscal year, but calendar year, we had a total of 2,366 total incidents. As you can tell, there were medical calls, fire-related, 89 motor vehicle accidents, and then some of the other ones are public assist, just another general incidents that we have. On the numbers, if you see that 2,366, it's a little bit of decrease from the past years. The software that we purchase or that we have to pay yearly to do our calls and our incidents, they charge us by incident. So the more incidents we have, the more they're going to charge us. Before, we used to take an incident for anything that we would do. So if we did a presentation, if we did a little public assist, we would get a run number. So now we're just focusing on major incidents. And when we do all those, we still keep a record of it, but we don't take an incident. So that's why if you go back to my numbers from the last couple of years, it was like 2,400, 2005, and this year was 2,366. Accomplishments for this last year, we were able to get 3 additional paramedics. Those were part funded through WACMs. They paid a portion of it. The other one was part of the city budget. We had 3 additional hazmat technicians. That was no cost. That was a grant from ADEQ. Usually they do it every 2 years. So next year we'll hopefully send additional staff. We got 2 Lucas devices, and those are the compression only CPR that we put on the patient, and it does the compressions for us. It was a donation through the Cocopa Indian Tribe of $56,000. Part of it this year or last year, which is we were able to get funding through Regional Center for Border Health for 2 paramedics. That's $16,000 savings right there. We got the grant from Firehouse Subs where we purchased 42 new fire hoses. That was $17,000. We continue with the we used to call the Explorer program. Now it's a Somerton Fire Department Youth Program. Right now we don't have that many participants, but we're working on it. We only have eight teenagers participating on it. We got another grant through ADEQ for foam, and that was 10 5-gallon for 1,500. And then accomplishments that we had, the ambulance number 3 did not have the auto loader. We were able to do it through the CIP. And now all ambulances have the auto loader, meaning that we put the gurney and automatically lifts it up without firefighters have to use in their backs or preventing injuries. We have a full-time billing, so now there's 2 staff doing billing, and that's good because when one of them has to be gone for either maternity leave or any long periods of leave, we have another person that will continue doing the billing for us. Future operational things that we need, we already talked about it, but we're working with the Chief Juarez for the master plan. Ladder truck, ambulance, rescue truck, staff vehicles needs to be replaced, jaws of life, radios, ECBAs, and some of the equipment that we need. I'm working with Chona to put it into our operating our budget. Here are some of the pictures of the things that we need. We need to replace our radios as well. On that one, we're going to be waiting another year. Also, like our SCBAs, that's also coming to replacement period that we have to do it. So working with Shona, we're working on budgeting. Some things were put on delay for future years, and some of the other items we're putting to our regular operating budget. So with that, our motto, our family serving yours. And in order to continue serving our families, well, we need the equipment and vehicles to be able to do a good job to the community. So that's what I'm requesting. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief. So running through the fire department, as far as we've pretty much hit on the gist of the increase, as far as the CIPs are concerned, they are all included in this item. And as Chief stated that some of those items were O&M items that needed to be in the operational budget. They weren't CIPs. So we did manage to put some of those items in the operational budgets. One is under office and computer equipment, which is the server switch for public safety that is in need of being replaced and upgraded. And also the CAF system for the rescue squad vehicle. Those are the 2 items that need to be replaced. Overall, it's a 37% increase for the fire department budget. Any questions? So the next presentation would be Public Works.
Thank you, Shona. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. So as you all aware, I came on in December, so I'm still kind of a work in process. One of the things that I was directed to do as part of my goals and objectives was provide a more structured foundation for the Public Works facility, which I think that I did provide. So far, I'm not sure how far things have got to you, but in order to move forward on things, I provided several items to administration, including HR as well as finance. So they are now inclusive of operations and maintenance policies, standard operating procedures. I performed a time study, provided training plans, succession plans, and operating policies for all the divisions. I also updated the mandatory emergency response plan for the water and wastewater division. And it has been also reviewed by the police department as well as the fire department. And they both didn't have any issues with my plans. And they also received that training because I'm also an emergency response trainer for water and wastewater operator systems. I conducted a formal evaluation of each division's needs and has been integrated into the respective capital improvement plans, which you all just reviewed. These living documents prescribe structure for the department to effectively approach daily operations, as well as prepare for emergency response. And I also work with finance to create a written replacement plan for all the vehicles as well. First items, we have a short time up here, and a lot of the items were discussed in the CIP. So I mixed water and wastewater together. A new storage tank was constructed, expanding our storage capacity from 2.2 to 3.5 million gallons a day.
as well as wastewater modernization in alignment with the general plan and the master plan for both divisions. That was my backup as far as what my goals were to move forward. Water Division is in the process of seeking design of a new 2 million gallon per day water treatment facility, new well, new booster station, which will help ensure our water meets supplying needs and our growing demand. Somerton Heights Phase 3 asbestos water line replacement program on South Federal Avenue is expected to be completed. A water media replacement program is in process and is scheduled to be completed by July 2026. Moving on to street sanitation and recycling. Annual traffic signal and safety improvements, including including new traffic signals and left turn arrows on Main Street and Somerton Ave have been completed for this fiscal year. Pavement preservation projects this year included Jefferson Street, part of the inner city, and Somerton Ave to Cesar Chavez Street, chip seal pavement preservation. Avenue G has also been completed, and as part of the project, the identification of next year's phases are in process. Pathway and signal upgrades have been completed on County 17 pathway extension. A new signal cabinet and turning arrows were installed on Somerton Avenue. Annual city cleanup was performed with no delays, and a full report has been prepared for presentation, which you will all receive this Tuesday coming up. A written plan to remove waste from the cleanup was also developed as part of its process, as well as a recycling plant rehabilitation. I'm not sure, but once you guys get to that end of the tour, there's a lot that needs to be done to restructure that facility, especially in preparation of the new facility that's coming. All right. Finally, I have Fleet Division. Fleet Division is now under new supervision as of February. A full assessment of the division is underway, and the division will be increasing its operational capacity under this new direction. Building renovations are being planned to incorporate much-needed safety upgrades, and technology improvements are in process to ensure mechanic efficiency. Is there any questions I can answer? If not, thank you.
Thank you, Rosanna. So with Rosanna's presentation, we'll move into the Water Division first. Again, they're according to the Water Master Plan. The Water Master Plan, there were a lot of suggestions as far as to keep on target to continue our growth here in Somerton and to ensure that all of our services are growing within our city. So they've taken those considerations and put them into the budget as far as the operating budget as well as the CIP. The majority of these items are the CIP projects, as well as the items for debt collection. As you all know that there are bonds outstanding on our water facilities as well as our wastewater facilities, and they're still outstanding. So therefore, those payments are included within those budgets. The bottom line figure is an increase of 49%. The majority of that is the CIP items that we had discussed previously. Is there any questions?
Sean, I have a question, and just with our water, is it self-sustaining with right now? Is it self-sustaining with what we have, or are we making up for it with our general fund?
So our general fund is helping sustain our business-like activities, which include our water, our wastewater, and our sanitation, and our recycle as well.
How much?
Off the top of my head, I do not have that answer in front of me. It was indicated in our audit as far as the decline in the amount of, well, actually the rise in the amount of money that we were taking from general fund into our business activities. We are trying to address a lot of those items with our leakage as far as revenue is concerned. Rosanna has been a great asset coming on because she understands a lot of part of the budgetary aspect of this. We are with her team and my team coming together, trying to curb some of the meter issues that we have currently going on and trying to address that, working with the vendor, Core and Main, in order to make sure that they are staying on top of the promises that they're giving us as far as warranty items. They also are working with us as far as our system is concerned to read those items, going from reading the meters that's taking anywhere from 7 to 10 days to make that more efficient, to boil it down to 2 days. Also they are giving us training in regards to how and what to look for in some of those reader meeting aspects. And a lot of these items have not been addressed in the past. So some of our staff a lot of these items haven't been addressed in the past. I don't
They
know
might
if-
have been brought up.
They
but
might have been
follow
brought
through.
up, but as far as addressed and somebody really deep diving into it and trying to fix it, it has not been done. So that with my team and with Rosanna's team, we're really trying to get that, because our goal in the next couple of years is to try to make sure that our business-like activities are sustaining themselves.
Councilmember, I'll make sure I follow up with finance and provide you those numbers.
'Cause I'm assuming it would be for water and then wastewater and all that.
It's,
we can
it's
give you that
all of them.
breakdown.
Yes. Yeah. All of them has been addressed in the last fiscal year, and our next fiscal year audit is coming up as well. So I'm sure that they'll address it again in that.
No, we haven't years. And so just so amazed, I'm amazed at your response to his question.
I can't follow.
Go back,
Yeah.
move forward. And
Yeah.
I get that. I'm just, now that we have a strong person with a lot of knowledge, we hope that we look at that and see, right? And we can make those decisions wisely and what is best for our community. I can tell you, my mom, older part of town, and man.
Yeah, and that is our goal, is to try to capture a lot of those items that are leakage, and that's with everything. I mean, and that is our ground as a city and as the departments. We want to make sure that we're efficient and trying to capture as much revenue as possible. And with business like activities like this, they should be sustainable. We're not out as a city to make money, but we are out to at least break even.
I would say break even and then have a little safety net,
cushion,
yes.
a little cushion to help us. Correct. Correct. Yeah, and considering the inflation on construction nowadays, it is, 50% increase. Yes. Yes. So yes, we and again a little bit of behind the buck, and we're trying to catch up, and our growing pains, and I believe that we have the staff and the team to do that. Any more questions? So I'll go on to wastewater.
I know that a rate study is budgeted, so that's
Correct.
something that it's always hard for council, but we're gonna have to consider it.
And even
Probably one of the toughest things as council members, but we gotta do the responsible.
And even in that aspect, as far as the rate study, is to ensure that I know that administration is leading the charge as far as to try to understand and make sure that we all understand what goes into that rate study, and to ensure that all of our little cushion, it needs to be in there in order to make sure that the rates are correct to sustain us.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we want to make sure we have all the information to make the right decision recommendations to you, so that we have the right numbers, what the impact is. And again, you know, it's what's included in that and how that all works. We're gonna work on putting that together and present that to you so we can move forward.
So again, going back to wastewater's budget, we have a couple of items that just repair and maintenance items that need to be captured this year as far as to try to make sure our facility is running smoothly. As far as our utilities, the average and the APS is going up, and that's throughout the whole city. You'll see that difference is there. Engineering, we do not have a staffed engineer with a stamp on our roster, employee roster. So therefore, we do have to do outside engineering services, which are procured and are put given a list so that we can go ahead and easily manage and access those people. Again, capital projects, CIP projects, almost $1 million. So overall, the increase of this budget is 61%. A good half of that is the CIP projects. Any questions on wastewater? Sanitation. That a little smaller. Sanitation, it kind of falls in the same realms of the first two. There's really no major changes other than the inflations of the operation expenses, as well as the CIPs and then the debt payment. Last year, we took a small loan, a 3-year loan for a new trash truck. We made one payment last year. We are making another payment this year. We have 1 more year on that. This budget overall is 16% increase. Any questions? Fleet is the next one. As stated in the CIP presentation, Fleet has CIPs as regards to upkeep the facilities and maybe even look into other alternatives for that measure, and to use that 150 in a different idea than what we first presented. Again, it's just a matter of maintaining the operations and ensuring that everything that they're working with is safe and effective and efficient for them. You'll see that building repair and maintenance is a little inflated from last year due to the fact that we do need some, upkeep. Also, shop meter and tires, as well as the capital outlay. So there, and you can see the difference, the significant difference. This year's fiscal year budget is 300,000, and they're almost doubled. So it's 89% increase on theirs. Any questions? Next is recycling. Recycling is a business activity, although we do not collect revenue for recycling. The only thing that we do collect is if there's any scrap metals or any of that nature. Those get taken to a vendor, and then we get the return on them. It's very minimal. It's not anywhere close or near the amount of operations it takes to do the recycling division. There's really no, other than the operations increase, there's really no items that really stand out as far as additional or extra. They did not have any CIPs, but there is a 10% increase.
Now, with this operation, I would like for a future item to analyze this, a report on it, and see what direction we want to go with this.
Okay.
And just so Mayor and Council aware, this is the labor part of it is, I think we have 10 or 12, 10 prison labor with one supervisor, right? Full-time employee.
Yeah, I've been requesting this for a while. Need to look at it, maybe analyze what other cities are doing with their recycle and see what best or most cost-effective part.
The next division is Streets Division. Streets is also funded by our HERF tax. That is the revenue that we get from the state. It is not 100% sustainable from that revenue, but the general fund does take in about $1 million to the Streets Division on top of the HERF revenue source. They did have CIPs. We went over those this morning. That is the bulk of their increase at the 2.1 million, the 58%. Any questions? Okay. Well, the next presentation is Parks. And it's our last and final presentation. Mayor, we do have a break, but if you want to continue just to go, we can just continue to go.
Do you want to listen to you now? Two words, really?
Thank you. I have to be sorry. Thank you guys. It's a eye opener. I do have just a feedback on budget. I really more of a comment. I think, and I don't know if the council agrees or not, but every year during budget, and maybe we should half a year during, but I think it's critical for CIP projects and just for us to be in the loop. I think going in person to see, like we've done right now with police and fire so far, to see what the facility, the shake turn, the support, the shake turn. You know, go to every department. I know, you know, like the they try with tackle.
You can. Yeah.
But you know, as far as the facilities we have, I can tell you right now, I've never. Well, I have been to the wastewater, but it's just in the car around.
We have those tours set.
Yeah. So you know,
Tuesday.
I think it helps us. But I just want to thank you guys. Yesterday I was with no, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. 2 minutes.
Yep. Good evening. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilwoman. James Jones. I'm your Director of Fun or Parks and Rec, what you want to call it. So I just do want to go. You guys last year and with admin and everyone else, you really gave an investment to the parks and some projects. So I really want to go over those projects, not just Parks and Rec, but also facilities. So I really want to talk about the cultural center. You know, we got a new roof, we got new AC units going in last week. We have the interior of the building was painted and stuccoed to fix the cracks. And we're working on the new lighting and the new flooring in there to really make that building shine and bring older building up to a standard that we can be proud of. The youth center, we replaced the rusted exterior metal wall, put a new sign out there. We added more wrestling mats for that program has really taken off, and we have a lot of wrestlers as well as boxers in that
using that space. We also updated the storage in that so that the boxing would have their own, wrestling would have their own, recreation's more organized, special events organized. So we're really utilizing every space we have for storage. Community center, we did some electrical upgrades. That's huge for our community because they rent that building, and now they just don't have to do one setup. They can do what they want and make that custom. JCC Fields, we're doing some spring improvements because it's been probably 6 or 7 years since those fields have been touched. So we're looking at dugout repairs, infield mix, parking lot repairs, really bringing those up. In progress right now, we are, and these will come to you guys in council, is we're updating the signage. You guys saw the model sign that we're going to use. We're going to bring the code of conducts for you guys to approve. And we're also working on new trash cans to replace the older models.
James, on those parking lot repairs, what is it? Is it an overlay or what?
So we have some lighting issues, and you see that in the CIPs. But this year we're really focusing on the bumpers because they're falling apart, and we're talking about the rocks and everything, like kind of the rocks that go on the features.
Yeah.
We're really trying to make those go up and look good because it's kind of been ignored for, like I said, the last 5 or 6 years. So we're really bringing everything up to code. I do want to update you on 3 CIP projects. The pickleball courts, those are out to bid. We're still working to attain a bid to get those built. The museum project, we reviewed those. We're going to have interviews next week with the finalists, and we'll bring that to council to get that going. And this upcoming week, we are going to look at the proposals for the multi-purpose center at the West Somerton land, that area. So those are going. And as you see, I really want to say this bottom right here, me and the staff have talked, park staff, we really talked about how we want everything clean and green. So that's really what we've kind of focused on. And I think you can see that within our community, and even in the retentions, everything, we're trying to get everything clean and green so we can really be proud of it. And we're using, like I said, we're not just using our staff. As you see, the Joe Munoz, we're using Arizona at Work staff. We're using outside agencies to kind of help us with some of these projects so that we're not continuing to burden our staff and really overwork our staff. So I don't want to go over all these, but all these projects coincide with the 10-year master plan that was created 5 years ago. So these are just kind of working with that and continuing with our master plan. It's a 2020. Now I do want to say there's 3 main goals we're going to look on next year, and these are kind of with the CIPs and things like that. Improve lighting for our interior residents can use our outdoor spaces year round. As you know, we're in Arizona, it's a hot community. So as we updated the lights around Paracone and Council Park, we noticed that increased the amount of residents using those spaces as walking paths at night or in the morning. So we want to kind of continue to add lights like at the volleyball courts, more stronger lights throughout our parks and facilities so that they can use them at night when it's available to them in the summer. We want to continue to do those replacement plans and replace those amenities that are kind of outdated or need to be fixed. So we're going to continue that plan as part of the master plan. And we also want to ensure that the safety and accessibility across all parks and recreation spaces is there. So that's the ADA components of just using our stuff. A big plan right now is the Wi-Fi in the parks. I want to point out that that's a dream of mine. Yuma doesn't have it, San Luis doesn't have it, but it's a big thing that we're going to be in the forefront for. And that really brings people to our parks, brings our kids to our parks. It's really going to enhance them visiting those spaces, which is huge for our community. These are our current, about 3 months ago, I gave admin a SWOT analysis with our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and our threats. In that SWOT analysis, I really focused on recreation. And what are we doing? What are we lacking in? And in that SWOT analysis, I noticed that adult recreation and a senior recreation and kind of that high school level recreation, we're really struggling with attracting or keeping those programs going. As you see, most of our adult recreation is co-sponsored. We do have an adult boxing class. We have open gyms. So those are for our adults. Our senior center activities are very limited. And our recreational events there, and they're well attended. I think you guys know that our trunk or treats well attended. Our Splash Fridays, inclusive Splash Fridays are well attended. So we are getting some momentum with the families, but we really need to focus on, high school level, adult recreation and senior recreation. So this next chart will show you. We really want to expand our adult recreation opportunities in the community, including kickball, soccer, on the line, and softball. Those are things that we think our co-ed softball, by the way, we think our residents will really take to and join. We want to enhance our senior center fitness programs with activities such as chair volleyball, walking club, senior Olympic festival. And we want to continue to grow and expand our sports camps, including softball and baseball, volleyball and football. So everything that we listed is in the red. So that shows the things in black those are what we have. The things in red are what we really want to continue to grow, enhance, or bring people to. So you see, we're kind of growing. That SWOT analysis, my goal, hope is that we get CARPA certified, which is a big thing in Parks and Rec for nationals. And that's a big achievement that not everyone has in Arizona. So that's something that might take 3 to 5 years to get our programming and our facilities up to, but that's our main goal. Do you have any questions, comments? Oh, over the line, sorry.
I was just gonna tell him that.
He's from back.
Yeah.
We can go check out a tournament in San Diego. Yes, it's a good one. Oh, the San Diego one is fun.
Thank you, James. So with James's presentation, we're gonna go into Parks and Recreation Department first. Again, the operations is just inclusive of all of our budgets as far as the operations being more expensive. The main items are the CIPs that really stand out. But for the most part, sidewalks, his repair maintenance plan has been pretty self-sufficient. It's kind of got down in the last year just for the upkeep. Utilities, of course, is going to increase. And then our CIPs as far as that we had discussed previously. The total increase is 58% in overall for Parks and Rec. Any questions? The next one will be facilities. We have a budget for facilities as far as staffing is concerned. We ensured that their allocations of the staffing are in the right budget. So we made sure that everybody that needs to be in facilities is in facilities. I know last year facilities was kind of a smaller budget due to the fact that we didn't have everybody moved over yet. He was still trying to work out his time study as far as to make sure that everybody fit into the positions that they needed to fit into. This year, he took the time to go ahead and allocate everybody correctly. Again, the only thing is the building repair and maintenance. Again, going back to keeping up with our facilities and making sure that everything is kept up to date, to ensure that everything is safe, to ensure anything is being maintained. James and Radney both have done their due diligence to go to the different facilities and try to figure out a good plan in order to make sure that we stay on top of the things that we need and to keep our facilities in good condition. So overall, the budget is increased by 34%. Does anybody have any questions? UniFirst contract is a uniform contract. for the parks guys, for our facilities guys. It's uniforms in general. They are a local company, yeah. Any other questions? The next budget is senior center. Senior center budget is also helped fund by WACOG. We do get reimbursement from WACOG for a portion with our meals and our meal services. This goes through the grant writer, grant administrator, as well as the senior center manager. They maintain the reports and the monthly actually invoices that go back and forth so that we ensure that the reimbursement is there. Although it does not take care of our entire budget, general fund is compensating. But through the year, because we just got an email last week that they're amending our contract and gave us a little bit more money in order to service and take the operations funding or operations burden off of us a little bit. So they amended their contract and we got an additional $20,000. Any questions on the senior center? Last but not least, special events. We pulled special events to its own budget to show the true expense for special events for our city. So last year we didn't have a comparison. This year we do have a comparison because we have fiscal year 26 budgets. The only thing that really stood out was just the cost of the special events. It went up slightly. So sorry. Lost train of thought. And then as well as a better time study for the part-time employees, for the overtime wages, all of that, those items got reevaluated. So those are the two items that kind of went up this year. So overall, it actually went up quite a bit, 192%. Anybody have any questions? No? Well, with that, that's our last budget of this afternoon. As we stated before, this is not a final budget. This is a wish list just to kind of get your direction on some of the items. As administration stated that they would follow up with any of the questions that you have so that you can get a little more clear understanding of that item, as well as if we can reach out to you for any direction that we, might have missed or something that you didn't see on the presentation that maybe that could be reevaluated. Again, this is a timeline situation, so this is the quicker the response, the better. And so we'll get that stuff to you, and if we can get that back from you, so that we can move forward in balancing this budget to make sure that we can try to see what we can do. Last year I had 2 sessions of cuts, which equal to 10% of overall of the city's budget. So we do our due diligence in order to make sure that we conservatively meet with the revenues that we bring in.
Can you email council the Excel file? Well, I prefer Excel. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's how I have it.
And the other thing, a lot of the budgets are 40-50%. How far away are you from having a balanced budget with this?
As soon as I get the answers to all the questions that need to be asked, and ensure that we have everything allocated, then I can go ahead and see how this budget is sustainable. Yes, some of the revenues that have gotten back as far as the figures have had a little higher cushion due to the fact of our growth. But I can't answer that question until I know for sure what my expenses
Ballpark.
are. No ballpark for me.
Come on, Shona.
I estimate 45% away from having budget.
No ballpark for me.
One thing I didn't see, Louis, is the continuance on the pathways. That's something that if we can add at least some design, having some grant funding, or but at least keep up. Maybe we can identify the sections where we need right of way. We can start working on that.
Mayor, so we are currently working with Paul Ward with YMPO. So we'll follow up. I know that Rosana and Saul are going to be meeting with him. We have identified, I believe, 4 or 5 pathways that he has seen or looked at as possible funding, which is offhand, if I can remember, is going to be the canal pathway that connects Main Street to Jefferson, to follow along that canal path. The other one is from, I think, Adams or George for the Centennial Park all the way to Jefferson to connect for the school. Help me out here. Which is the other 2? I'm trying to think. Well, there's 2 more, but I get that info. But we are actively looking for that so that we're on the list to be able to get that funding as we presented, I think, back in December. So we are looking at that, and we'll follow up, and we're hoping that could be funded through those programs. The other one too, just so you're aware, is we're working on both intersections, which is County 17 in Somerton and County 15 in Somerton, to connect those also and improve. And we're actually partnering with the county. Rosana is working with county staff, so how we can better develop that. The bridge on County 17 is also on that list that Paul is working with us on, and that's going to be a 3 kind of partnership. It's the city, water users, and the county. So he's actually putting together that to be as a design, because it'll include those 3 agencies to be able to move on that design. Also, the one on the County 15 or Madison and Somerton, same situation. It involves all 3 of those agencies, just because we have the canals and half of the intersection ours, the other half is county. So we are addressing that, and I'll make sure we give you an update.
And just an FYI, with those fundings, with the HSIP and the YMPO fundings, those come in a little quicker due to the fact that YMPO gets allocations from FHWA. So those funds come in a little faster than like any of the other federal apportionments.
Anything else?
Anything else?
Well, I mean, I just want to, thank everyone for their time, yesterday and today. I know in the conversation, Shona, you talked a lot about being proactive.
We're not at that.
Oh,
questions on the budget.
Oh,
Then
sorry.
we'll go around the corner.
I wanted to end it. Sorry. So bad, Mayor.
Question, anything just over the top of your head that you want them to see, add, or some stuff that we have discussed?
Adelante.
Here that he left the court to decide because the court answers to counsel, and so and yet it wasn't honored. So I just feel that if the court was put to decide to do their own, and I understand there's deadlines, but it doesn't fall under you, then why'd you put a deadline? You understand? So I don't know. I'm just. Or something.
I would appreciate as a finance director, I would appreciate some direction, because I know that, Judge is new. So she doesn't have anybody to train her in situations. She's been really proactive as far as reaching out to me and trying to understand, because she did tell me this is her first time that she's done this process, as far as the budget side. So yes, a little direction. I know that when, before Judge was hired and we had that little, in between, it was because as finance department in the city, they do have to oversight their purchases and their, so they still do fall under city processes, as far as, everything that way goes. I understand that court is, another division of state as far as, courts are concerned. But, if we can have some type, or at least finance, I know, and I'm speaking for finance, some type of guidance to where, how that goes.
At least in my view, like, of course, administratively, the judge answers to council and Louis, but budget wise, it's the same pipe. Yeah, it's the same, comes from the general fund. Unless it comes from a court fund, I'd be okay. But if we're trying to decide as a whole, at least to me, it's not at the budget level, it's not any different. As far as the administration part of it, yeah, but so we can look at everything, and I would say the court follows under the same the same financially, at least, into the city processes, yeah, criteria, yeah.
And then that will give Judge a better, idea of how to answer when I'm sending out those emails as far as, director wise.
Yeah, just gonna open it to directors if they want to say something. If you have nothing to say, that's fine. I know Jasmine's probably gonna have something to say.
A vehicle.
Mayor, you want to start from that side?
Yeah,
Work our way down?
You don't have to say anything, just if you have something to.
Without saying anything, but it is. I think very well thought out. Yes.
We all want to hear Saul's voice.
Mayor, thank you. We're gonna have a great year next year. You're gonna see that we're gonna keep moving in the right direction. Somerton's already on the radar. A lot of people are taking notice of our growth. And I want to thank you for your support and for the retreat. It's been a lot of fun, very productive. Thank you.
Mayor Council, thank you for us. I know that our wish list bigger and bigger every year. I think from my exposure to other municipalities that are doing great things in other areas of Arizona, one thing that I do feel personally that we're missing here is following a plan. If it doesn't get approved now, it's fine, but I do think having plans in place and ensuring that our staff follow it, whether it be the current staff or the staff thereafter us, is important, and that's how we'll grow. I always use the reference that all of us have known an athlete or a fit person that works out, eats healthy, but you only get stage lean abs and chiseled if you're following your meal plan and your exercise plan to a T, and that is what separates an absolutely fit person to just an average fit person. So I like to use that reference because it always makes sense.
It was words, stop bully the mayor.
That's it for me, and I'll settle for any carbon. Anything will be good. Thank you.
We're gonna buy council member Delgadillo's car. Yeah, chief.
I like
just a quick addition from new IT, possible new IT position for the from the IT perspective, I believe they have and manage critical systems. So this new position will be handling that. So far they have a great staff. They have a better knowledge, but we do need an IT person that has those trainings, those backgrounds, and those expertise on when it comes to regards to the public safety system.
I just want to say thank you for taking the time also to listen to our needs, and I know it's a tough choice that you guys gonna have to decide, but in order for us to keep moving forward, we have to take steps into that direction. And I just want to say thank you.
Council, my mayor, vice mayor, council. I always say to all of the departments, there's no I in team. So working together will help us to get directive from council. It will help directors to understand what the plan is for the future, but based on council's directive, based on the residents' request. So we're working together here. We've been doing it for Mayor and I for the past 20 plus years. So this work, we need to ensure that when we put our plans together, we plan, execute, and complete the projects. We need to follow through because that's what makes it work. If we all do our homework here, but we don't follow through the projects, nothing is gonna happen. So for us, working together, again, there's no I in team. We're working together. We're making sure that we, administration departments are following the mayor's directive, the council's direction, and we're moving forward.
Mayor, council, thank you for dinner, breakfast, lunch, everything. It's been fun. Yesterday was fun too. Thank you for your time. I just want to say, I've been with the city for close to 20 years, and I've seen so much growth, a lot of growth. But I think this has been in the last couple of years where I've seen a lot of support from the council, and I really appreciate it because I think we need it. We need the people that sit there have the vision and the push, have the power to push the growth and help us provide better service and better safety for our community. Just thank you.
Thank you for being here and giving us this retreat. I've never shot a gun and it was pretty exciting. I enjoyed it and this was an experience for me listening to us and for our wish list. And thank you, Shona, for presenting for the whole department.
Thank you.
I want to say thanks if you're here. I also want to thank you for, I guess, that guidance and being that big brother where you, or big sister where you see something, bring people's attention. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, will bring to my attention. I don't mind that. I do live here and I do want the best. I appreciate everything you do for us as the department directors and staff.
I want to
We
say,
wanna hear you, Tim.
I wanna say thank you. I appreciate you guys taking the time to be with us. It really shows us that you are supporting us and trying to, build this great city. So I know you guys have said, it's really not up to you. It's up to me to try to balance this because you would say yes to everything. So, hopefully we can get to a happy medium.
And Mayor and Council, just to close up, at least for our part, it doesn't work without the council, department directors, and all the other staff that are here at the city. It just doesn't work if we're not all together with one vision and working towards that. And I think that's what we're trying to do is do that and bring Somerton, continue to have Somerton grow, develop. And I think, at least for me, I want to make sure that when, you know, 20 years from now that a lot of us probably won't be here, is that we set something up for them that what we're doing now is gonna be beneficial in the future for Somerton, way after, we've not here. And I think that's the goal, and that's what we're trying to do here, to continue that and make it, as best opportunity for Somerton now and for the future. So, thank you.
Councilwoman?
I really want to thank everyone. And then it's okay for you to say, you know what, I don't agree with you. You guys are crazy, you know? Just to feel comfortable with that because, you know, we're not 7 individuals, we're one. And that's what like see us as council as one, not 7 of us. And mistakes and sometimes well our thought could be different as yours, but in the end of the day, you're the one that's running the city. At the end of the day, you guys are the ones that have to be accountable for whatever you're going to bring to us. And so to kind of tell us, you know, this is not okay, or this is my or vice mayor or councilwoman, something, you know. We work together, and as Connie said, there's no I in team. And I really wanna see that and see it. And I value it, and I want you to know that I appreciate, you know, Jonah, everything, and I know that it's so hard to get to this point. And I thank you for working with her and having that open mind. It is a wish list, and I said, and if I ever win the lottery, guess what? I'm gonna work that out, and I am gonna give it to you. And this is nice. I'm not born here, but I grew up here at 08. My family's 100 years here. My mom lives in a house where she grew up and was born in, and so this is special to me. It's important, and that's why I'm here. And I value every single thought that you have. Your vision is important to me as it is to all of us. So thank you so much for your time. I was not there yesterday, but I've been to that. I still have the video when I was holding the gun and I didn't want to shoot, and then the chief yelled at me, just do it, and I'm and I killed the picture. I would have won that last time. But thank you so much for your time. It's a Black Friday, Dark Friday, whatever you guys call it. Dark Friday. Thank you. We value your work ethic and your dedication to the city. Thank you.
I don't think we're gonna be able to beat that though. I think that we ended it now.
You know, thank you all for being here. You know, I think yesterday and today was great. It's amazing. You know, Shona, we were talking about being proactive versus reactive. You know, I think that's I think you hit the nail on the head. You know, I think when we're reacting to situations, I mean, we're always going to be behind the 8 ball. So let's try to get ahead of it. You know, we really want to say yes to everything, you know, but just for me, I would really say, I mean, anything that gets proposed, really, you know, have a solution, have a roadmap to it, make sure it's sustainable. I mean, because I think that's the number one thing for us, that whatever is proposed, that it's sustainable, that it doesn't, that we're not being reactive. You know, just know that we as council, everyone, we give it thought. Whatever you propose, you request, we're very thoughtful. We you know, we want to accommodate. I mean, we really want. I mean, this is the best little city of Somerton, and we don't just want to say it. We want to show it. You know, but just you know, have a roadmap for everything. You know, we don't want to be the ones saying, "Oh, you don't eat this, you don't eat that." I mean, because this is something you guys are in the front lines right there. You guys know what you need. I mean, if you find a way to make it work and it being sustainable, I'm pretty sure everyone here is going to say yes. And I think that's when those hard conversations need to happen within you all, and really, you know, dissect and I don't know, you know, be creative. I don't know, find ways to make it work. You know, and I'm just gonna end with this. It's just kind of like, you know, a dream without a plan is really just a wish. So So that's, I want to thank everyone for their time and, we'll see how this goes down.
Yeah. And I want to thank staff for taking time for this 2 days. And I know it's Dark Friday and it also the Saturday. Louis, they have flex time. They're all salaried, so write it down. But and
They're all gonna remind me, man, don't worry.
It was just a comment, not a direction. I don't get it.
That's a management thing.
It's a management
That's a
thing.
management thing. Don't go there.
Yeah. But yeah, and also the council members, I know that I can always count on you for to be here. So, as long as I always tell Louis, ask the four, and we know that they're gonna be there if they can. So thank you, appreciate it. And well, we saw the budget. On average 40% over last year. I asked staff to look at. I know it's a wish list, but we hired that lobbyist so we can identify some grants and reprioritize some of the stuff that we foresee that we can't use grant funding, and it's not an immediate emergency need, but if we can push some stuff to future fiscal years, that would be great to help balancing the budget. And at 40%, showing us not mean, it's just like that her job, and that's Louis and her job to present a balanced budget to us. And like I said, we're here to answer any questions. At least personally, I don't like to get a lot involved in personnel stuff. I think majority falls under Louis, and ultimately we hold them accountable for what's going on. But I want processes to be established in order to, so the decisions on personnel can be better managed. It's always hard, and budget is always hard, and I can only think like for the finance director telling her peers no, and that's, but like I said, like it was said, we're a team, and thank you for your time. Thanks.
And there's food, so.
And meeting's adjourned, right? 2:18.
Well, there's food. Maybe take some.
Thank you.
You're
welcome.
welcome.